Call the school board meeting to order. Oh, Monday, June 3rd at 6 p.m.
Buenas noches. Good evening. Si alguien necesita intérprete, por favor avísenos. If anyone needs Spanish interpreter, please let us know.
Will the board members who are present please respond? Ms. Dorr?
Here.
Mr. Barlow?
Here.
Ms. Gibson? Here. Mr. Young?
Here.
Ms. Cosby? Mr. Burke? Ms. Owen?
Here.
Dr. Sapini? Mrs. Page? You have the floor, Madam Chair. The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. I have one change. Item 6.02 should read the financial statement for the period ending April.
Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Ms. Gibson?
I would like to move the budget discussions up, but I recognize that some of our colleagues are here, so perhaps when more folks have joined us, we can amend the agenda at that point.
Sure. Let's adopt it now, and then we'll, when we have our colleagues here, we can revisit it.
Great, thank you.
I move the adoption of the agenda.
Second? It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Mr. Young to adopt the agenda as amended. All in favor? Any opposed? Next item?
The next item is 1.03 to approve the minutes of the May 6, 2019 meeting, the May 14th education contact meeting, and the May 15th special school board meeting. Those minutes were sent to you for your review and have been posted to board docs. You just need to approve them at this time.
Can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Maybe a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Ms. Gibson to approve the minutes.
May 6th, May 14th education compact, and the May 15th special meeting.
All in favor? Any opposed? Next item?
The next, I'm sorry, and let me back up for a moment. We have been joined by our student this evening, Irvin Hoskin. And so the next item is recognition. Mr. Campers.
Thank you. We just wanted to recognize you, Irving, for your service on the school board. You have an evening ahead of you, but we traditionally recognize our students on the second time that they have served, and we are grateful for you spending some of your evening hours with us, and we hope it has been interesting and productive and illuminating for you. At this time, is there anything you want to share or add before we get into the meat of the meeting?
I'm just glad I got this opportunity to be up here and learn more about what's going to go on throughout the year.
Fantastic. And maybe we can do a quick picture. So,
And while you're getting situated, let the record reflect you've been joined by Ms. Burke.
Next item?
The next item is 2.01, a Rosedale Civic Association presentation.
Do we have the representatives from, oh, great, come on up.
We're hiding.
The school board can do anything about the parking situation getting in here? Please do so. Okay. My name is Elizabeth Turner. I'm with the Rosedale Civic Association. This is,
I'm Kimberly Middleton, and I'm the band director at Holton. for Terry as well as Barack Obama.
And this is?
I'm Colette Bailey, retired preschool teacher from Martin Luther King Preschool.
Thank you all for allowing us to come to your meeting. We represent the 5th Annual Rosedale Cherry Blossom Festival, which supports the arts and RPS. We have a few people to thank. There's a little fellow named DC that we would like to thank for just coming to barbecue food truck because he recruited all of our food trucks for us and their families. Jonathan Stotts of Rosedale, because I don't know where he works exactly, that he provided and manned our sound systems and performed with his band Underground Garage. Sonny G and the Basement Boys played, and the band that I told them I wouldn't have been happier if I had Barbara Streisand to come play, because this band came and played, and it's the Neons. And if any of you are involved with any of the school system, you know who the Neons are. And if y'all don't know who the Neons are, find out, because they're awesome. They, as you know, came up through the school system. They started at Holton Elementary, and they've been playing ever since, and I think they're in Bedford now, and they rock. They're so good. And I would also especially like to thank the marching band from Linwood Holton Elementary, and the tapping crew, and the kazoo band from MLK. They made the show. There's a ton of other people I need to thank. Donations from people that gave us prizes. We got a slew of prizes from downtown Richmond. We had a very nice grand prize experience that we called Your Very Richmond Event. And it's a canal cruise plus the Segway tour cruise and 3 or 4 other things. It's all about Richmond and a place to go eat. So that went for like $150. So we would like to thank all of our sponsors and all of our artists and vendors and everybody that came out. It was fabulous. So, all that said, we would like to present this year's check. I said last year, we gave you $400. I said last year that I wanted to have $1 more, kind of like Gary's kids. I'm presenting a check for $500 to the arts in Richmond Public Schools.
Well, thank you so much. We are incredibly grateful for the generosity and all the hard work we did to get that. I'm sorry we don't have more air conditioning.
I know, it's just.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do a picture of the check.
Sure. You know, you haven't seen anything until you see 4-year-olds doing a kazoo band.
That is true.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you again. Very exciting. So next year we'll expect a check for 600. Thank you. That's very generous, and thanks to the community and sponsors that helped to make what seems like a great event happen. Next item.
The next item is item 3, public information. I have one speaker who signed up in advance. What is your pleasure, Manager?
We'll call the speaker that signed up in advance first, and then if anyone else is interested in participating in public comment, you may line up behind that speaker. As a reminder, individuals have 3 minutes to speak and organizations have 5 minutes to speak. And just a note, as part of our public information system, we do not, it's part of our protocol that we do not respond, but if there's an issue that needs to be followed up with, someone from the administration will follow you out and make sure that they follow up on your concern. And please make sure that you sign in when you come up to the podium and state your name. Thank you.
And let the record reflect that Dr. Sapini is here. Cassie Powell.
am here to speak to you about the RPS Student Code of Responsibilities, or SCORE. First, I want to applaud the addition of non-discrimination policies related to gender identity, expression, and sexual orientation, as well as the reduced levels of school responses to certain behaviors. We are also encouraged by the addition of IDEA interventions. However, we at the Legal Aid Justice Center believe this revision falls short of reversing Richmond Public Schools' disturbing trend of suspending students of color and students with disabilities at extremely high rates. For example, according to data from the Virginia Department of Education, in 2017-2018, Black students represented 69% of RPS's student population, but 92% of students with short and long-term suspensions. Richmond also has a history of suspending students with disabilities at significantly higher rates than typically developing students. For the 2016-2017 school year, Richmond Public Schools short-term suspended 25% of its students with disabilities, 11% more than suspended students without disabilities, and approximately 14% more than the state average. These numbers are the reason that LAJC filed an Office of Civil Rights complaint in 2016 that remains pending against RPS. This data further reflects the client stories that we routinely hear in the course of our legal representation of students. These suspensions represent countless hours of lost instruction for Richmond's children. All children have access to a quality education. We urge the board to take a stronger stance against RPS's history of discriminatory exclusion and continue revising the SCORE away from these practices and towards a more positive vision. The current SCORE is still unacceptably vague and punitive, and it lacks a robust framework for the restorative practices that are proven to help reduce school suspension and improve school climate. First, the board should more fully define certain prohibited conduct that continues to be vague. For example, speaking to another in an uncivil, discourteous manner, and failure to respond to questions or requests by staff. Additionally, we urge the board to adopt a fuller list of factors that should influence an administrator's decision to suspend or expel a student, including whether the child has been a victim of bullying, any disabilities or mental health needs of the student, and whether positive interventions have been attempted previously. Finally, while the SCORE contains a nod to restorative justice practices, these policies are not clearly defined. We urge the board to adopt a SCORE that fully implements restorative justice practices, positive behavior interventions and supports, social and emotional learning, all of which are root cause interventions rather than immediate, overly punitive measures. I thank you for the opportunity to provide this comment, and I thank you all for your hard work on behalf of Richmond students. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to make a public comment, you can line up. And just remember to sign in and state your name, please.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Jimmy Tujiro. I'm party from one student of C. Bushers. But my daughter, she's doing something wrong in the school. Don't go to the school coming tardy. In the Richmond school, may nothing. The police allow students working in the school hours. The police may nothing. Right now, put to work the police because today I was speaking in general command for this problem. What they did, my daughter, in April 24, I take my daughter to the juvenile court, and the judge Campbell tell me, Mr. Fujiro, that's not to work. That's worry for the Richmond Public School. In May 15, I wasn't, because I'm a member from the Visual Council, I tell him to the doctor, Shanghai Harris, my problem, and I tell him, I need to put a solution to this problem. My daughter is still doing the same thing. What happened? Now I give this problem to the attorney group. In 50 days, see, I don't look. The Richmond Public School don't put a solution to this problem. I will go to Secretary of the Education in Washington. Because how is possible one girl 15 years try to do anything in the system make nothing? No, not possible. Yeah. Because she got only 15 years. It is possible that when the judge tell me, when this girl completed 18 absence, why the Richmond Public School don't bring to the court? They are always not. But what happens? I don't stay quiet because it's possible that girl try to make it she wants. No. Because I know in this country the government carries some law, stupid law, because with the children, it does for that, tie the hand to the parents. It doesn't go for me. I give you copy for the all targets, all absent to the I want to know later. That's my information, only one, the Richmond system, the Richmond Public School, for a solution to this problem. You have 15 days for taking my daughter to the court. Because I don't want she is making the same thing for the next year and what have you. Because the judge here, the attorney, the tutor attorney in Richard, he tell me, Mr. Trujillo, if your daughter don't run away from home, we can do nothing. That's his problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And did you sign in? Can you please remember to sign in before you leave? Thank you.
Good evening. How are you all doing? It's still good seeing all of you out there. But unfortunately today, I'm not real happy. I'm here today to talk about the numbers that came out about Armstrong High School. And,
Sir, state your name.
all right, first off, my name is Gary Callis, for those who don't know, Reverend Gary Callis. And I'm with the Civil Rights Ministries, and I'm also with the East End Community Parent Teachers Organization. For those who don't know, there are only 5 operating PTAs in the East End. Basically, the East End Community Parent Teachers Organization represents those schools that don't have an operating PTA. I'm here today basically to talk about the disparaging numbers that were put out about there only being 8 students on schedule to graduate from Armstrong High School. If you don't mind, I'd like to share some comments with you. As the founder and president of the East End Community Parent Teachers Organization, and having a large number of parents and people in the community concerned about the graduation rates at Armstrong High School, I decided to investigate the validity of the numbers posted. First, I want to thank those school board members that I reached out to that promptly got back to me. And then I will also say shame on those who didn't call me back. When these numbers came out, when I called you, you knew what I was calling for. Again, I want to thank Dr. Bell at Armstrong High School for his time, and I also want to thank him for his transparency. That it was seen to see that the numbers that were offered by the school board meeting were incorrect pertaining to Armstrong High School's graduation rates. I'm happy to report there are 176 viable candidates for graduation on June 9th at Armstrong High School. That is how the report should have read, rather than 8 on track with 120 likely to graduate in June. The verbiage used was erroneous and irresponsible. There were actually 8, they said it was 8 seniors, actually it was 80. In the report, we mistakenly left out a zero that have been actually completed all requirements for graduation, and there are another 80 that had simply complete SOL requirements or to fulfill some basic classroom requirements. Furthermore, there are over 35 seniors with 4.0s or better, and another 40 seniors with 3.0s or higher. For those concerned parents that reached out to me, they are sleeping better at night because I gave them this report. Now, while I was at Armstrong High School, I actually met with the senior class president who has a 4.0 GPA. This incredible young man plays football, he wrestles, and maintains, like I said, a GPA of 4.0. The group of young men that he spends his time with, they're all scholar students as well as athletes. And I mean, these are actually awesome young people. While I was at Armstrong, the young people came up to me and they were really upset because it was, Mr. Callis, are you serious? I'm not going to graduate? Their parents called me. I saw them in the street. You mean we're not going to graduate? I told them, wait, I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to find out what's really going on. So I'm just here today to let you all know that when our children are doing well, it's our responsibility to pat them on the back and tell them they're doing a great job. If they're not doing well, it's our responsibility as parents and community leaders to help them and get them on the right track. But if at any time the system is stepping on our children, it's up to us to step up and make sure the system is set right. If you all have it in your hearts and have the courage to step up to it, please put the right numbers out. Because right now, the general public thinks, first and foremost, the administration over at Armstrong High School is not doing their job. Secondly, the teachers are not doing their job. And third, the students actually felt as though they were cheated on that. They actually felt, though, that somewhere along the line, you all dropped the ball, making people around the city think that our kids are stupid, they're not learning, and they're not getting anything done over at Armstrong. I'm telling you, great things being done in the East End. Great things being done in the East End. So I'm here today to let you all know that as a concerned parent, because I have 2 of my children at Armstrong High School, it concerns me to think that you all will put out a number that makes people think that our kids are not doing anything, our administration is not doing anything, when that's quite the antithesis. I'm asking you, I'm encouraging you, I'm begging you today to change those numbers, to make it right, so people know that our kids have bright futures. Because a lot of my kids actually think they have to come back next year to graduate, but they're actually gonna graduate on time this year. So on June 9th, if you have nothing else to do, I expect to see you at Armstrong's graduation, where you will see more than just 8 kids graduate. Thank you.
Just be reminded, if you want to share your support, so that we can hear everybody. Thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Leah Bird, and this is my son, Nanny Bird. I'm here to speak on behalf of the band on the Solomon and Christian Public School. I just want to let y'all know just how information this man is in my son's life. He changed my son's life tremendously. My son was broken when he got to him. When I tell you, when I want to put his name on emergency contact so he can come in and still assist my son on things that he need help with, I feel like that shouldn't be a problem. This man here can't even see him graduate, to which he still has a relationship with him on the outside of school. So it's kind of heartfelt, and my son wanted to tell the word about it.
I think it's not fair that Ms. Solomon is banned from school because he was a great teacher. He helped me on Saturdays, Saturday school. He helped me on Saturdays practicing, studying math and reading. And it's kind of not fair that he is banned. But he was a great teacher, so all the students in the class in the third grade, he was one of my teachers. And it's not fair that he can't see me graduate and that he can't come in if something happens in the school building and my mom can't come, so he can't.
Thank you.
Can you all remember to sign in, please?
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah.
My son actually went to him all through third grade, helped him get his SOL scores up. He passed all his SOL scores every Saturday after the football game. A lot of the kids from my Henrico County schools all came to him from the Ryan area. We went to his house every Saturday for math tutor, and my son looked up to him. And the ban against him, I don't really think it is fair because he's a great example for our community. He helps all kids achieve their educational goals. So I'm just here to support him. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Omar El Gaddafi, and I'm here to speak in support of Mr. Malcolm Solomon as well. When I first heard about Mr. Solomon, it was last year, a community member had told me, she said, "You don't follow Mr. Solomon on Instagram? He's so great, you know, he's the greatest thing for our black youth in Richmond Public Schools." And so then I started following him on Instagram. That was sometime last year. And now when I heard about him being banned and I had a chance to look at the documentation from him that was cited for him being banned from all Richmond Public School sites, it kind of struck me to be discriminatory because I see on social media all day that there's a Facebook group dedicated, you know, to trashing RPS all day, you know, and people post pictures and everything of things that they see in the facilities, and there's countless teachers who are actually employed by Richmond Public Schools that are members of this group on Facebook. So it's kind of strange to me why he would be banned from the entire Richmond Public School system from participating in anything, you know, and since he is such an asset to the community, I'm aware that the strategic plan currently, Action 2.2 in the strategic plan is to retain and to recruit more black male teachers. And I think that speaks to the increased performance academically that black males have. There's all kinds of data nationally to show that black male students perform better when they're paired with a black male teacher. They have lower rates of disciplinary incidents when they're paired with a black male teacher. And right now, a lot of my work is in housing, transportation, and food justice in the city. And, so I pay a lot of attention to the trends of gentrification, particularly in Churchill, around Chimborazo Elementary School. So this, to me, just seems like a furthering of that trend to gentrifying even the school system.
30 seconds.
City council, they already have implemented policies where they're allowing people that don't live in the city of Richmond to be eligible for certain positions. And I think that if we're moving towards a restorative justice model for the students, then we have to start by, leading by example with the staff and with the participants, because when we see these disparate rates of discipline towards black male students that was quoted earlier by Legal Aid Justice Center, that's the same thing that's presenting itself right now with the staff members. We're having a discriminatory practice when it comes to disciplining staff members and members of the Chimborazo Elementary School community. So I think that you guys should really look into that and try to reverse that decision that was done, without you guys' approval by senior administration of RPS. Thank you.
My name is Malcolm Solomon. Good evening, school board members and everyone in their respective places. I was certain that after my previous speech, the effect would have done more than made people aware of how RPS has decided to deal with a prominent and dedicated teacher and or community stakeholder in response to a staff member who thought his social media post to be negative. However, as optimistic as I am, nothing has changed since then. The band remains, my reputation of an outstanding and effective black male remains under attack, and those black students who contribute to most of the student population at Chimborazo Elementary now lack the presence of a positive black male role model in their classroom and in their lives. The removal of the black man from the family isn't an unfamiliar strategy. It was one used during the times of chattel slavery. The black man who provided discipline and order for youth was either killed or sold away in order to prevent him from completing his duties for the family. Therefore allowing massive agenda to be easily implemented and effectively executed. In more recent times, black men are sent to prison at a much higher rate than those who are white. Blacks make up 13.4% of the U.S. population, but black males make up 37% of the prison population. Now this is disproportionate. It is evident by past and current events that black men are targeted and removed in order to satisfy an agenda. Which makes me question, what's the agenda of Chimborazo Elementary? Is it to remove black men who can relate and connect with its population of students and replace them with white male and female teachers who lack the relation and understanding for those students they are teaching? If this is the agenda, it is a complete contradiction of Action 2.2 and the RPS Dreams for the Future strategic plan. A plan that sets explicitly focus on increasing and retaining the number of male teachers of color in RPS. A plan that sounds grand when read or spoken aloud. It seems to speak toward the less than 2% of black male teachers, black males teaching in classroom, and offers a solution to improve these statistics. But transitioning from speech to action is where many plans fall short. The student body at Chimborazo had a black male teacher who looked like them, who
30
understood their
seconds.
cultural experiences. For some of them, I was a big brother, and for others, a father. I understand how I viewed the student body and the void that I filled in most of their lives. I'm not allowed or wanted at the school events by RPS personnel. Are the decisions in the best interest of the students? One event hosted by Chimborazo introduced Donuts with Dad. It aimed at getting more males in the community involved in their children's education. When a student contacted me to accompany him to this event, I became overwhelmed with joy and honored to be a father figure he admired. Unfortunately, he couldn't experience this event since the school had banned his father figure, his brother, and role model. Is RPS not interested in helping to produce the benefits that come from the presence of a black man in the lives of children? I wonder. In conclusion, I think it's necessary for RPS to give an honest evaluation of their agenda for black men in education. Is the true agenda to remove and eliminate black men from the classroom, similar to chattel slavery and the prison system efforts to remove black men from their families? How is RPS approach towards black men any different than the prison system or slavery system? If the agenda for RPS is to recruit and retain the number of male teachers for school of color, then the banning of me is a step in the wrong direction. I can assure you that these actions set the tone for a toxic environment, one that includes administrators who view black males as threats because they challenge their thinking and decision making, or view it as a threat because the black man doesn't demonstrate a docile behavior and or show they are subservient. If the ban isn't lifted by the end of the week, it will be clear to myself and the community what the true agenda of RPS is. Peace, lift the ban. Thank you.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Ansley Perkins. Maybe it's my own confusion from recent meetings, but I would like to see the board improve their efforts regarding transparency, record keeping, and public information. Repeated errors do not allow for authentic public engagement. The board can and should do better. As for the middle school scheduling, each school should be given the same resources for the next years. By creating different middle school programs, we further create a class level of students in schools, which is unequal and not equitable. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gianni Bryant and I attend Spartan Academy. I attended Armstrong High School for about a month. During that month, things were not as good as they should be, such as grades and attendance. At the end of September, my sister and I participated in a riot. We received 10 days of suspension and a panel hearing. We missed our panel hearing because of disorganization, which sent us directly to Spartan Academy. Honestly, I did not expect to love the school the way that I do. People always seem to judge books by its cover until they actually see the inside of the situation. When I walked into Spartan Academy, it was not what I expected it to be. The staff are amazing and the structure of the school makes it even better. My grades have improved tremendously over the semester. I also like Spartan Academy because they treat you like their own. You never feel unwanted and mistreated. The individuals who impact me the most are Ms. Lee, Mr. Strickland, and Ms. Maz. Ms. Lee is like the best math teacher in the world. Mr. Strickland is like a dad to me, and Ms. Maz is like a counselor to me. And they all are very understanding. I have come a long way personally, and I'm pretty sure others feel the same. Staff feels the same, and our parents thank God a lot for putting these amazing teachers and staff into our lives, which is why the cycle shouldn't be broken by taking Spartan Academy away. Sincerely, your prom queen and executive, Gianni Bird.
Just remember, everyone, so that we can hear, just use your hands.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Allen, and I
attend Spartan Academy. Before I came to Spartan Academy, I attended Armstrong High School. I went to Armstrong for my 9th grade year and the first month of my 10th grade year. While I was attending Armstrong High School, I was not doing so well. It was too many distractions. Being at Armstrong, my grades were a little bad. At the beginning of this school year, my sister and I got into a fight against other students, which turned into a riot. That is when I was sent to Spartan Academy. When I first got to Spartan Academy, I did not think I was going to like it as much as I do now. Spartan Academy has really helped me become better. The staff does a very great job at helping us. They treat you how you should be treated. They are not disrespectful at all, and they understand you a lot. My grades are very good now. The individuals who impact me the most at Spartan Academy are Ms. Lee, Mr. Martin, and Ms. Mines. Ms. Lee is the best math teacher in the city of Richmond. Mr. Martin is a person who is very helpful and does everything that he can to make sure the school is in good hands. Ms. Mines is like an older best friend to me. She listens to all your problems when you need to talk. Everything about Spartan Academy is good. If there is no Spartan Academy, then there is no future for students who have made a mistake and but want to do better. Everyone at Spartan Academy inspires me to be the best person I am now, which is why I think Spartan Academy should stay how it is. Sincerely, Executive Anthony I. Good afternoon, my name is Zari Brooks, and I'm also a student at Spartan Academy. I assume you all have heard bad things about Spartan Academy. Most of those things are not true. Yes, we have bad times, but what school doesn't? Almost every day at Spartan Academy is a good day. This school is not filled with bad kids, just kids who have made bad decisions. I came to Spartan Academy February 12, 2019. I had gotten into a physical altercation, which led me into being incarcerated. I truly regret doing that, but coming to Spartan Academy has been a blessing for me. I have gotten opportunities that I would never imagine getting in my lifetime. My grades have shot up to an A average. My personality has changed for the better, and I have learned to make better decisions as a benefit for me from the school. You may remember me from the news, being a part of Spartan Academy's very first prom. If Spartan Academy does not remain, the students may possibly go back to their old ways. Spartan Academy should remain because love support flows throughout the school. You won't find anything like this in any other school. Not only do I wish Spartan Academy stays, everyone involved in Spartan Academy does too. These teachers and staff actually want us to change lives and do better. That's all I want.
Hello, my name is Shannon Kay. I am here representing PGZ League, an organization for parents and family of transgender and non-binary people of all ages. The majority of our families have school ages. I would like to thank the school board for adding recommended changes to the score from side by side, and I hope these are approved tonight. I also want to thank Superintendent Karen for his public notice of support. It means a lot to me and the families I work with. Over the past years, we have seen some significant trends. Our transgender youth are sadly targets in our schools. Stares, inappropriate jokes, verbal and physical harassment from peers. Many students are afraid to go to school. They battle stress and anxiety, depression due to the way they are treated at school. Several families have pulled their students out of school to avoid the hatred and violence they experience. Unfortunately, sometimes that hatred comes from the staff. We know there is a knowledge gap. With more information and practical approaches and quality training, our and staff will feel more confident with their ability to support all of their students, including those from the LGBTQ community. PGZ and we support side-by-side training efforts, and we even work to share experiences of school leadership over the years. Finally, we are encouraged by this big step with score edits, but we know there are policies needed, and more importantly, guidance that our principals, teachers, counselors, and staff need to apply for best practices. Mr. Cameron, your statement that you made makes me feel hopeful. You said the very least we can do when our students come to us every day is ensure that they feel welcomed and loved for who they are. You also said you are committed to ensuring that RPS is a national leader on this front. Your support and leadership is imperative to creating change for transgender and non-binary students. You are setting the tone. You are letting your faculty and staff know that transgender and non-binary students are important and deserve respect and the right to a safe and quality education. From chosen names to bathrooms to where our children's gender markers show up on rosters and school forms, there are many areas for potential positive change. Many of them are simple, easy, and doable. We hope that this is a first step towards a more inclusive and equitable district public schools. In closing, HEZ and we look forward to working with you and side by side moving forward. We are your families, your students, and we are so proud of June being Pride Month that we can celebrate that RPS sees us and hears our concerns. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Junior Taps. I'm currently a 4th grader at William Fox Elementary School. A few years ago, I was going to the girls' bathroom. When I got into the bathroom, a girl told me, "This is a girls' bathroom." I told her that I was a girl. She said, "No, you're a boy." I repeated that I was a girl, and finally she listened to me and left me alone. Twice before it had happened to me, and then after that, some people still told me I was not allowed into that bathroom. At other places, some people still thought I was a boy too. I feel that it is a really good idea to have transgender bathrooms in schools and also in all public spaces. I feel this way because I think kids should be able to focus on schoolwork, not worrying about what bathroom they should use. I am happy that the superintendent has taken this matter into focus. I am also glad that he has taken the matter of preferred pronouns into account. I strongly feel teachers should use a student's preferred pronouns. Before I end, I would like to make 2 points. The first point is 4 out of 10 transgender or non-binary kids attempt or commit suicide, and I feel that should not have to happen. And also, at school, they always tell you to be yourself, but the fact that you can't use your chosen bathrooms or be referred to with your chosen names or pronouns makes that awfully difficult. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, school board. My name is Pastor Robert Winfrey. Our church is on the south side. Not only am I a pastor, but I'm a concerned citizen as well as a community activist. My main reason is to talk about the affair of the city in regard to our school board as well as our kids. One of the things that we did as we went to this tabernacle, we adopted at least 4 schools in the south side. One of those schools is George Will High School. As you heard me repeat before, one of the things we did because of the lack of funding, we were able to purchase stickers for the boys basketball. 2 years ago, we were sports jackets for the junior varsity team. I understand and realize that every now and then things must change. And I believe that it should change. But change, just for change's sake, I don't think it's good. One of the things that I'm looking at is that how swiftly the board has moved, at least the infamous 5, I don't know about the 53, but the folks that have really taken an interest in what we're trying to do, I don't think the voices are being heard. When we try to assist and help in trying to make the school system better, because everybody's talking about how well Chesterfield and Rico is doing, and Hanover and all of the outskirts and how they're doing, but they don't seem to have some of the same kind of infrastructure issues that we have here in Richmond. One of the things I want to talk about is that how swiftly we move to eradicate, to move a principal who was at Georgia High School that made some changes, some differences. I do want to also clarify myself. I want to rectify some of the things that I said previously when I met with you before. And I used the term mafiosa, and that was incorrect. I should have used mafiosa. It's a coup because it's an abrupt takeover of all things that happen here. If it were mafiosa, at least it would warn you that could you equate in the bed or give you a glass of fish to take you to the money fishing. But without any warning at all of a sudden you find out that no longer do you have counselors at Georgia High School. Those kids that's been there for 4 years and get ready to graduate have no one that they can really recognize except for some of the teachers that are still there. I don't think it's fair to them. And then we have on Medicaid cards to invite them to tell them that they're no longer going to be at public schools. And I talk about just a joke at school period, and they have to find another job as of June the 17th. Can you just imagine? Please just try to imagine what it is for those students that are about to take that SOL test. And then think about how the counselors that you already informed them, and I already know, I'm not thinking of this fact, I already know and understand that it has not been voted on yet, but you know like I know, it's a done deal. You know, it's already been done, it's already discussed it, so we already know what the outcome is going to be. My appeal to you is that you will please reconsider. And when these people come forward, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to put yourself in that if you can continue to do that. When we talk about the appeal process, we talk about going up the ladder, then you have on this particular board, this particular administration, even before we go to the top person. In some instances, we have people who are next to the top person who's supposed to be the filter, who I think is somewhat nepotistic. Now, not the nepotistic, I think that I think it's a conflict of interest. I think it's a conflict of interest. And so therefore, I think that's something we need to look at. We talk about money, we talk about the money that we've saved, yet it's still, we have created jobs that people haven't had to go to interviews for, but now they have the job, and not only do they have the job, they're paying more money than the people that you replace. And on top of that, they have 3 and 4 people under them to do the job that they were hired to do. So I think when we started talking about this whole cluster of things, I think there's some things that we really do need to consider. And do not think by any stretch of imagination that we are walking around with blind eyes.
30 seconds.
Just because right now that you're on the board, I do want you to know that election time will come. And if that takes place, I don't really mind even considering to even use one of my properties that I have in the city in order that I might try to help make a difference and try to make a change. We talk about pardons of people to come when there's a shooting or whatever it is. You don't have anything in place that says violence prevention. And not only that, you call when something happens, but you won't call before something happens. You know, this is it. You can't pray in the school, but we can pray outside your school. Y'all understand?
Good evening. How you doing? My name is Ray Colson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Camelot Swan Academy. I'm a TDT counselor for YEA. I want to say like the love, dedication, time, and structure that they impact on these kids that we work with is amazing. It's funny because like most of the kids, like when they first come to that school, they complain about like being there and wearing uniform and things like that. But when it's time for them to transition back into school, they complain about leaving. So I just feel like it's very beneficial for them to be in the Richmond public area in school. So I feel like we need to keep them around. Thank you.
Great evening. I'm Shakita Taylor, a business owner and stock musician. I'm speaking on behalf of Spartan Academy in support of Mr. Raymond Strickland, Director at the Academy. I'm also speaking from being a mom of a teenage daughter, previously a mentor of a mentoring program by the name of Our Time to Shine that mentor young girls. Being once a troubled teenager and also from personally having interactions with the young ladies of Spartan Academy. I feel that the need of having an alternative school is important because I feel that the intimate and direct relationships built with the kids are important. Unfortunately, I also feel and have experience with speaking with my daughter and other kids that in some public schools, the personal relationships aren't as strong. After observing the relationship with Mr. Strickland and a few of the young ladies, I see that they have the utmost respect for him and some of the other staff at Spartan Academy. Also, I feel that all kids should be treated equally and not punished nor disqualified for shortcomings or mistakes made in the past. Schools as such does give our kids a second chance to flourish and give hope that change is possible. If I would have had those types of relationships in the school system, I feel I may have made better choices. Our generation now are looking for relatable individuals and persons of understanding, so I vote for anyone and anything that can better assist our youth. The young ladies I had the opportunity to interact with were very respectful to the point I have considered mentoring once again because they need us and need us now. I truly believe it would be a disservice to remove any type of program that is here to better our kids, all kids. Me and others in the community helped sponsor Spartan Academy this year to have our first prom ever at this academy, and after seeing the joy on the kids' faces and the appreciation shown for the kids, it speaks volume as to why we should keep Spartan Academy around. As a young black woman, I'm here to be the voice, the impact, and the change. Everything big once was small, so remember these small changes made in our community can be the biggest impact of our kids all over the world. Thank you for having me.
Hey, how y'all doing? I'm Thomas Coleman, and I'm a therapeutic day treatment counselor at Spartan Academy, which is an alternative school. And one of the things I want to touch on is that's one of the best programs that I've seen. I've been in this business of counseling for about 15 years since graduating from college, and it's one of the best ran programs that I've seen ran. And they build character, they build them up, because when they come there, they're like they have lost everything. So it just build them back up step by step, step by step. And as you can see and heard from the other students, it wasn't making grades like that. It build their character up, build their self-esteem up, and build them up to be a student to be able to come back into the regular schools that they have left. And I have the honor and a privilege just to get up every day, just to come to that school, just to be there for them any way, any capacity that I can be there for them. Spartan Academy is one of the, like I said, I can't say anymore, but it's one of the best ran programs that I've seen in Virginia, for real. And I've been around a couple of programs. And I just love it. They're there to nurture them, they give them different opportunities to build themselves up. They can become a Spartan. And some of them have never been anything in that regular school. But to come there to RAS, Spartan Academy, and become a Spartan, they have privileges. They can go to the snack machine at different times if they have money or whatever. And sometimes I even give them money to go because they've earned that privilege to be able to do something like. And I always think a kid needs to be rewarded for the accomplishments that they do in life. Just like me, I'm a Richmond Public School product. I'm from Murray Mumford Elementary. I went to Henderson Middle School. I graduated from John Marshall High School. So I'm a product of it. And I've been around in Richmond Public School all my life. And like I said, I reiterate again, Spartan Academy is one of the best ran programs that I've seen in Virginia. All of y'all should come and check it out. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Shamon Davis, and I wanted to come here today to fill y'all in on how much I appreciate Spartan Academy. Spartan Academy has changed so many things in my life. I was coming to a dead end at my public, Richard Public School. So I got into an altercation with another student and they sent me to Spartan Academy. There is plenty of role models, plenty older men, like father figures. My father, he's in jail, so I look at them as my father figure. Plenty of them, because I appreciate them and what they did. In my Richmond Public School, my grades wasn't that good, so I was trying to get it together, but I couldn't focus in a public school because there was so much chaos. So I back to Spartan Academy, and there it's the teachers, staff, all of them. Like, I appreciate them so much because this year, this is my first prom. I've never been to prom before. My grades, they approved. I give respect to all of them. I love them so much. I ain't got nothing else to say. Thank you so much. This year, my grades came up to A's and D's. At first, I was making F's and D's. I want to thank Mrs. Solomon, Mrs. Strickland. Mrs. Strickland, he's the head director of Spartan Academy. He's very important. I mean, he got dressed, he styled. It's good there. I would prefer every student to be there because it's a nice environment. And that's all I gotta say.
My name is Shartasia White. I'm a middle school executive at Spartan Academy. And I just want to say thank you to the people of Spartan working there, Ms. Power, Ms. Solomon, Mr. One. And if y'all take my school away, it'll be sad. And I love y'all.
My name is Logan Cox. I'm a student at Binford Middle School, and I'm here to talk about gender equality in the bathrooms at Richmond Public Schools. I remember days where my friends would come to me shaking because they can't use their preferred bathroom in fear of being bullied or shamed. And no one should be frowned upon for using their preferred bathroom, pronoun, name, or more. They shouldn't be because it's their choice and their life. And if making these small but big changes helps them to reduce anxiety and perform better academic-wise, then whose place is it to stop them? And I ask that you please put policies in to protect the safety of my friends. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Come up, whatever.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Democratic co-workers. When I first saw the news story, my first reaction was, no way. Oh, I'm sorry, Angela White. When I first saw the news story, my reaction was, no way, not these two. They crossed T's and they got I's. They would go through each student's schedules one by one to make sure they had the correct courses. When I worked there, we would leave at 10 p.m. the week before school opened. And we only left at 10 p.m. because AS 400 would shut us down. They gave up their family, weeknights, holidays, working effectively to ensure things were in place with the hopes of a smooth transition into the new school year. And all students had a schedule when those doors opened the first day. I have worked with Lisa Coles and Rita Richardson for 6 years and saw how they gave their time unselfishly, working past their normal business hours. Especially when we went from 5 to 4 to 3 counselors due to budget cuts. They would work through their lunch breaks. Administration would take money out of their own pockets and pay for their dinner because they would stay the first week of school. And they did that as a kind gesture because they knew they were missing time with their families to have dinner. This may not mean much to you all, but if you have families, you will understand the sacrifices that they made. They encourage students to keep pushing forward despite their home situations. And maybe the students felt they weren't capable of completing the school year because they had to get a job to take care of household financial responsibilities. Through all of the adversities some of these students face, they encourage them to stay the course, dig a little deeper because they're somebody and they can make a positive difference in this world and be a productive citizen, letting them know their situation does not define them. I saw them help students deal with unfortunate family tragedies, talk students into positivity and away from negativity or self-harm. There's a student who was the first graduate ever of his family. He went on to Michigan Tech Law School, and now he's a partner. I'm a firm believer that they're passionate about their jobs and the sacrifices that they made, and I hope they do not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Page.
As the agenda was amended earlier to move one of our items up with board members, all board members were here, we will now move to 6.01, receive for So the next item is 6.01, receive for adoption and approve 2019, 2020, and 2018 to 2023 CIP budgets.
Good evening, school board. Here to present an update on the FY20 budget. A lot of this is the same that was presented the last time we spoke, with one key addition. The administration is now proposing a severance package for all Reddick employees at the rate of 1 week for every 2 years of service. We project this to cost about $400,000, and to account for this new pressure, we plan to tap into the $575 from that account Just to provide some background on that plan. The plan is for employees who have at least 20 years in DRS and at least 10 years in RPS as of June 30, 2005. No one else can join this plan. So a lot of these pretty much where it is right now. There are currently 97 members in that plan, and some of them are getting ready to sunset. And there are 128 eligible that have not yet jumped in. Once they enter the plan, they're in the plan for 4 years. During those 4 years, they receive 50% of their salary on any time that they're retired. Based on our last actuarial required contribution, which is a part of our CAFR, our liability for the plan is about $1 million, or $900,000. Essentially, budgeting and cutting a check for $1.7 million is in essence prepaying. There's really no benefit there. We're paying our future liability. Folks are not going to receive a deduction in benefits. I just wanted to make sure that was very clear. And looking back at our CAFR for the last few years, I've just pulled some data to share with you all. So again, to demonstrate that our maximum liability over the last 4 years has been $1.2 million. That's going back a couple of years. So the 1.7 is a bit over budgeted. Yeah, so I passed out the last 4 years of CAFRs. There's some highlighted sections there. Let me just go down the list and tell us what our liability was and we paid into the plan. So for example, for June 2018, RPS paid $1.2 million into the plan. We paid out $900,000 in benefits. Going back to June 2017, the next page, RPS again put $1.2 million into the plan. We paid out about $1 million in benefits. June 2016, RPS put in $1.1 million in the plan. Paid out $1.2 million in benefits. And then June 2015, again, RPS put $1 million into the plan, paid out $1.2 million in benefits. This is all in our CAFRs for the last few years.
Thank you, Mr. Simmons. Just returning briefly to the severance, I just wanted to acknowledge Board Member Barlow for his help in thinking through that and helping craft the proposal and for his leadership on this issue. I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that. Thank you. So, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Simmons. So, the administration's proposal pertinent to this retirement plan is to put in what sum of money for next year. Last board meeting was $1 million. I think we did 1.3, still lower than the principal we can expect next year. Thank you.
So, Mr. Simmons, so essentially you're saying that this retirement fund has been over budgeted as far as the money is allocated?
You put in more money than what the actual people liability is.
So, the original budget that we sent to City Council, how much allocated towards this plan, and then how much are you, you're not guessing that we allocated $3 million that was and why is it over budget initially?
Yeah, I think that it's it.
That obviously is the right time
remind persons in the audience who may not be aware that we are convening a tomorrow evening where we will actually call for the vote on the budget. So that's Madam Chair. Keep me in balance as much as we always can. So yeah, thank you, Mr. Simmons. My concern always regards any circumstance that would defer investing money into any kind of pension and retirement funds. I appreciate your explanation. And candidly, I think that looks our job a little bit easier, so thank you for that. In full disclosure, I did want to introduce this evening, not to follow the motion, but just disseminate something that I previously disseminated electronically to my colleagues, but for the record, did want to introduce a proposal, $705,000 proposal intended to offset the proposed cuts to the pension fund. It's the chair's pleasure to disseminate that. Because that information was disseminated prior to this meeting, so before disclosure and transparency. Madam Chair, if y'all would indulge me, may I just read it out loud so that folks in the audience know what I've introduced. Everything before you continue, so I would just like to reference the additional meeting tomorrow, budget meeting, that will be held at 6 p.m. in its current location. So this has been an additional meeting added for the budget discussion, and we would hope to adopt the budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 7 items. One, this constitutes just a proposal by one school board member that I intend to formally introduce tomorrow evening. Number one, the school board budget will reduce personnel costs by cutting a clerk position, saving $54,736 salary plus other compensation, including health care, social security, retirement, etc., anticipated to generate savings of approximately $85,000. Number two, the school board will not renew its contract for legal services, but will rather hire an attorney to not exceed total compensation, including social security, health care, retirement, etc., for a total compensation of $310,000. This will generate savings of $130,000. Number three, professional development staff downtown will be reduced by an additional $136,555 plus other compensation, including health care, social security, and retirement, etc. Please note this department is already cut. To generate savings, anticipated approximately $179,000. The hearing office will reduce in staff from 3 to 2 persons or FTEs, realizing savings of approximately $100,000. The school board will eliminate district funds and rather allocate the teacher retirement benefits, materializing in savings of $31,500. The school board will reduce its meals budget by $10,000, and Aspire will be further reduced to complement the first round of budget cuts. 2 additional 513 positions will be cut with, when accounting for other compensations, anticipated to generate approximately savings of $170,000 for a total savings of $705,500 for the 2019-2020 school year. Thank you.
Ms. Cosby.
Thank you to my colleague. I will just want to know on the record that I'm not interested in looking at any budget amendments that will cut additional personnel and therefore will cut additional services for our students. We are already cut to the bone. We've cut $13 million, and yet we've had to come back and add another, make another additional adjustments. that $13 million, I would say it again and again, was short-sighted, as we can clearly see with what we've had to do or what is being proposed. So I just wanted noted that I am not interested in looking at any amendments that will cut additional personnel, especially given the fact that we've already heard from our administration that it is not hurting us to carry this liability for right now. So I'm very concerned that we've made cuts that are impacting student achievement as we are seeing throughout this budget cycle.
Ms. Gibson.
Thank you. I want to first note that there has been confusion about the meeting tomorrow, and I don't believe it has been properly noticed. And I think it's important that we have a discussion about that, because this isn't a topic that this board has been dinged on. On my very first meeting, we ended up canceling the meeting at the last minute. And then there was the concern with our JCT meetings, and so there is not a full agenda for this item, so I'd like to talk about that. My other point, I would just like to reiterate what my colleague Ms. Cosby has said. I'm glad that we are going to have the additional meeting to talk about the budget tomorrow. I don't feel confident about doing the work that I believe really needs to be done. I think that thinking holistically about a lot of the things that have happened over the past several months, I think the main point that I want to make is that I don't believe that we can cut and fire our way to accreditation. And I don't think that we have done the work we need to do to ensure that the items that we are funding truly reflect our needs and priorities. One example of that is strategic plan item 2.2, which speaks to the diversity of staff. And we've talked a lot about the importance of having diversity, teachers of color, male teachers of color. I feel strongly about having female, women as well. And that line item has been allocated $20,000. And I'm not clear on what the plan is to get that done. All of the line items are rough. They're rough. We don't have job descriptions. There's a placeholder salary for every single job in the strategic plan. And in order to do that, I have to assume we've rounded up. And in a $13 million plan, rounding up equates to a lot of leftover money that I'd really like to see allocated to some other stuff. And there's some important other stuff I'd like to see that money allocated to. I would like to revisit the Math Science Innovation Center. I'd like to revisit the attendance officers. I'd like to visit with fidelity what's going on in terms of our middle school program and being able to deliver gym classes to every student every single year, and a true palette of electives as was required by Virginia State Code. I think we have a lot of work to do. Right now, the strategic plan still has line items for a $100,000 gala, still has line items for travel expenses, for parties, and look, I'm not suggesting that those things don't have a place, but look what happened in Carver last year. Where are the dollars to support that school the way that it should be done? Our dollars reflect our priorities, and I believe we have work to do to truly deliver on the goals that we've established. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Lewis, I'm sorry, Wilson. Thank you, Ms. Gibson, for your comments. But for full disclosure, the meeting notice tomorrow, the additional budget session was properly noticed, to inform board members we agreed to have an additional meeting for the purpose of discussing the budget, additional adjustments. Just for an example, as Mr. Young has presented a proposal for further discussion on tomorrow. So for public consumption, the budget meeting for tomorrow has been properly noticed. Ms. Wilson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I remember correctly, the board did decide to have an additional meeting for the purpose of voting on the budget should you not adopt your budget this evening. That notice went out on May 28th as a special board meeting for the purpose of adopting your budget, along with all of your other meetings scheduled for June, with the exception of the evaluation committee, which was just added last week. It's been posted to the website, it's been posted out in the hallway, it's been posted in the board office. It was faxed, emailed, and mailed.
So, Mr. Simmons, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Spinelli.
Thank you. So we talk about the budget, I'm not sure where to start. I have been and continue to be extremely concerned about the budget. Pertaining to the meeting tomorrow, if we're supposed to discuss it and vote on it, when will there be time to make any adjustments if we have no other meeting after it? If we're cutting, we've already cut. We're hearing from so many different folks that there's all sorts of firings and so on and so forth. When will we discuss how we will plan for that or make adjustments or anything along those lines? Are we going to discuss a meeting afterward, or this is the end? Tomorrow is it?
So, Dr. Sapini, to your point, so board members have had opportunities to meet with the superintendent or also to bring suggestions such as Mr. Young during this whole budget process. So there have been opportunities to have a discussion, and we will continue to have that discussion, continue on tomorrow as well. Ms. Cosley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the concerns of my colleagues regarding the budget and the ability to have a significant discussion. I know you said that, yes, we've had opportunities to talk to the superintendent or to bring forth information. I was extremely disappointed the last go around when the budget was adopted, was approved. And with the process, and I think I articulated then, I'm going to reiterate it now. I would like to see, I think just, it would be helpful to, and this has been done in the past, you can see it and you can see what's clearly being done. It would be helpful in terms of our process for tomorrow, because I am not prepared to vote on this budget today. But to see on a screen all of the cuts, all of what has been proposed, and an opportunity for the board to then say, you know what, as opposed to spending $100,000 on the gala that is being introduced, and this is just an example, that we might want to use that $100,000 for an additional counselor somewhere or systems operator somewhere that is going to benefit our students. So I think the board is, we have not had that opportunity. I think that is one of the things that has been missing. I know what I asked for before, and we approved a budget just without having that dialogue that people can easily follow. Everyone can look at it. We can all see the pluses and the minuses, and we can make a decision, consensus, how we're going to best utilize the monies that we do that have been budgeted. Because I don't know if there's necessarily a consensus on this board with everything in the plan, the meat of the plan.
So noted. Superintendent Cameras, speak to.
Ms. Cosby, I believe Mr. Simmons presented at our last board meeting that summary. So if that is not what you were looking for, please let us know. It did have all the additions and all the cuts, line by line.
I want the opportunity. I think we deserve the opportunity, and our constituents deserve the opportunity for us to be able to see it, and all of us have a conversation and say, yes, this is what we want. No, this is not what we want. Yes, we want to make some changes to X, Y, and Z. How are we better going to be able to serve our students? We recently have just, and we're going to be talking about it later on today too, regarding the graduation rate. So do we need additional counselors? Do we need additional SIS operators? What else is needed? What is feasible? Because not everything is going to be feasible, completely understand. I'm just saying the format, I would like it on the screen to be able to say, to be able to move it around.
So we can certainly make sure that that is on the screen tomorrow. As I shared at our last meeting, I do think it is important to maintain the integrity of the allocations for the strategic plan for a couple of reasons. One, that is what we asked City Council for. It is what we advocated and told the public we would use the money for. And so I think as a matter of continuing to build trust, and I think this is an issue that has come up quite a bit, we owe it to the council, to the public, and ultimately to our schools to follow through on the things that A, we said we were going to use the money for, and B, that this board, certainly not unanimously, but this board did approve as a body. That is the administration's perspective. Certainly if the will of the board is otherwise, we will of course follow the will of the board.
And Ms. Baldwin, for clarity in reference to making adjustments to the strategic plan, so council, city council, they have approved for the funding year 2020 budget, and in order to make those adjustments or to move around items in the strategic plan, this board has to submit a request to council in order to move the required funds from one classification to another once the funds have been appropriated. And also, we're not sure what part Virginia Department of Education, if there is any approval process, additional approval process with them and the superintendent. Hopefully you can weigh in on that. So if this board decides to make adjustments in the strategic plan that this board has approved, we've had public input into the process in the development of the strategic plan. So you can speak to that.
In terms of
Virginia Department of Education, are there any additional processes in place for them?
I don't believe from the VDOE perspective, there would be anything additional in terms of the budgeting process. The expenditure process requires a great deal of review, but the budgeting process, as far as I understand it, is within the purview of the school division. Mr. Simmons?
Yeah, it's not a huge lift. We would just need to present any changes to the VDOE to get their input.
So it would require a change, a request for change to move funds from one classification to another. Once the funds have been appropriated and has to go through an approval process through DOE as well.
If we need to share it with them.
Right.
Yes.
And it's on.
Well, I would first say that the reason that we're trying to get the budget done is because our teachers want their contracts. And that was why we said we would have this extra meeting tomorrow so we could try to get this done so our teachers can have it, not just our teachers, but all of our employees would have that taken care of. We developed a strategic plan with a great deal of effort and involvement with our constituents and the community and parents. And we haven't been working on it but 8 months. It seems to me that after a year of a 5-year plan, it would be a good idea to take a look at it and see if there are things in it that we might need to tweak. But I don't think this is the appropriate. For me, I think we need to get started with the money that, for the first time, as far as I can tell, the mayor and the city council have fully funded what we've asked for. I think we should say thank you and put that money to work on the strategic plan, hiring the people that we planned for in the strategic plan, starting in July, because that's when the budget year begins, and get to work to have these new resources in place for our teachers and for our students. And we've had a rough year. We had a rough year the year before that. We've had a lot of things we've had to work on fixing. We're still in that process. I don't think we stop now. I think we forge ahead. We certainly need to deal with this middle school course of study. All this has to happen. So we need to focus on the things we need to do to make this strategic plan work. And then after we've had a year in, let's take a look at it. Thank you.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Owen, for your comments. I think you raised some really good points. That said, I do appreciate that the mayor started by advancing a discussion that ultimately ended up in a more sizable allocation than we've seen in the past. I certainly appreciate council coming up with a way to come up with the funds to allow that to happen. That said, council through this process also put in place an administrative burden on us. And it's one that I believe in some ways usurps our authority as an elected school board to make decisions that we think are in the best interests of our students. Generally speaking, as you know, I agree with the concepts presented in the strategic plan, but with that in mind, I do think it's our role as an elected school board to make sure that we are being as diligent as possible through the budget process. I in particular said when we passed this budget, or when we approved the budget earlier on in the process before it got to council, that I thought we owed it to ourselves to go back and take another look at portions of the budget. So I think at the very least we owe it to ourselves and to the public and to our students to have further discussion about it. And I certainly think we can debate the merits of certain points and determine whether we think it's strategically beneficial for us to make changes that we know will have to go to council and may slow down the process. But all while keeping in mind that this is our responsibility and it's our authority, and these restrictions were put upon us by another body in a way that I think we also need to have discussion about.
So for clarity, so and maybe Mr. Simmons and legal Ms. Lilly can speak to it, the change, so the allocation for the categories, for clarity purpose, that's the same process as it has always been?
Yes, but I don't think in the past that they put funds into a contingency account. I think that's what's new this year. So because the strat plan funds are in that account, we're going to move
Okay,
from that. Ms.
Gibson and Ms. Dorr.
Thank you. So one point that I think gives me pause, or that I want to emphasize, is that we absolutely need to be building trust. What I don't think that we build trust by saying we have to stick to our guns on a budget that was approved under what was widely reported to be a process that lacked trust and transparency. So to that point, as it pertains to the meeting tomorrow, the meeting that was scheduled tomorrow was never discussed as a possibility. We were always planning to have this meeting tomorrow. In fact, we talked about also potentially discussing some JCT things during that meeting. So that meeting was always planned to be on the books. And so given that, I don't understand why there is not a published agenda for that, which should have been published 3 days prior. So anyone that goes and looks at our meeting and looks for our agenda, they should be able to access the agenda.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
The notice is what is the 3 business days. The agenda is made public when it is available. And again, that agenda has not been made public at this point because my recollection again is that the meeting was specifically to vote on the budget if you did not vote tonight. It has been noticed as a special board meeting for the budget only, so there can be no discussion about JCT.
So in full disclosure, the additional meeting, and we have had board discussion regarding adding this additional meeting on tomorrow for this purpose. And as our clerk has stated, it's been properly noticed. So for public consumption, we do not want to mislead the public. Ms. Dorr.
Thank you. I think that we've been spending 20 minutes talking about meetings, and as much as I love meetings, talking about meetings, I think we should get to actual action. So My recommendation to those that want to talk about the budget tomorrow to bring a proposal like Jonathan's. I have a counter proposal to Jonathan's specifically related to this matter because while I do agree with him on the parts of the retirement savings, I don't agree with his full approach. So I plan to bring a counter to the board for consideration tomorrow. And if anyone else has anything else that they want us to consider, let's, we have the meeting and it's a great time for those that want to talk about their different proposals. They can do that. Scott proposed that we pay our employees severance. That was another proposal. So it's incumbent on us as board members to do the work. And if you want to propose a change, go ahead. That's our right as board members and that's our duty.
Ms. Burke, then Ms. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it is a good opportunity at some point to do as Ms. Stewart just stated, to go back and study this, because I'm concerned, as Ms. Owens just stated, teachers, bus drivers, people that work to get their contracts, number one. So we shouldn't prolong that opportunity. But also, new information has been given to us tonight, and I would like to have time to receive the recommendations, because everything on here, Jonathan, some I agree with, some, especially what Mrs. Carr just stated about the cuts per se at the student level, that concerns me. But also, Mr. Simmons has shared that we have a savings if that is done through the retirement piece. So there, if I'm understanding correctly, there's now money on the table, maybe, that we didn't have at the last meeting. So is that correct? Well, you're proposing differently between 1.7 and 1.3.
Right.
Right, so that's the difference.
There is a difference, but
And
there's still a gap that you close though. So we were.
regarding the $700,000, right? But it's not 700 if we go along with your suggestion. It would be less than 30 something, which means that we can go back and revisit this. So I do hope also that we're mindful that with the strategic plan, that we did agree upon it, and it does need to have a breakdown at some point, once the budget is approved, of what goes where, how it's going to be spent. But I also think we need to be mindful that the budget is a living document. So I am in full agreement of coming back tomorrow, revisiting, maybe having a plan as well, hearing what my constituency also would like to have input regarding this. But I agree with Ms. Stewart, we do need to move forward and be mindful that things can change.
Mr. Barlow, then Ms. Cosby, and board members, please be reminded, if you have a counter proposal, please be prepared to bring it forward tomorrow, because we do have other items on the agenda that we need to address and to take action on.
I just wanted to say that my impression of what the meeting agenda would look like, my impression was that it would be driven largely by what types of discussions we had, what types of decisions we made related to the budget this evening. With that in mind, I do think, as others have stated, it would be helpful to have the budget breakdown that we received at the past meeting, so we do have those pluses and minuses, for lack of a better term. And we certainly want to make sure that if we are bringing forth other proposals, that we have a way to effectively share them with the public while we're discussing them, so people are aware of those. So I don't know if folks want to make sure that we can post those prior to the meeting, if there's a deadline for submission or something along those lines, but I do think people need to be able to see what we're trying to do and have access to those documents as we go through that process.
Ms. Cosby, then Ms. Gibson.
Thank you. And so, and I'd like to, I hope that the presentation that we've asked for is, it was asked for before, but I hope we will see what we have asked for tomorrow. And also, I just wanted to state that, you know, when we approved the budget before, it was it was explained that this was the beginning. And so it was just the beginning. And so, yeah, now we do have to do the work we do. And I find it very interesting that we can accept from the administration being nimble. They're very nimble. They're changing things around because we have an additional hole, right? So there are things that have come up that we have to account for. And we have not batted an eye at those things because we understand being nimble, right? And so I should hope that we allow ourselves that opportunity because things have come up that in terms of student achievement, that yes, we do have to address. And we might have to move some things around. And we should have the ability to be nimble and not just be, oh, this is what we agreed upon, or what have you. And speaking to that, even in some of the community forums, certain things in the meat of, not just, I'm not talking about this level, not the meat of it, were not necessarily agreed upon by the community. So we do have to keep that in mind. So I do, and that is the importance of talking about it. And I know it might sound as if it's very exhausting, but this is extremely important. And we are looking at situations where we're seeing before us the impact of cuts. We're seeing before us the impact of cuts in service. We're seeing before us kind of pulling together a plan, putting the aircraft together in mid-flight. That's what we're experiencing right now. So we do have to take a pause and really review it. And I understand and hear from him that a lot can happen, and we need to be able to be nimble. We know that some of the issues are right now. So let's address those while we have the opportunity. Thank you.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. One note just regarding timing, because I'm really sensitive to the fact that it's late and we have contracts we need to sign, signed, and so a point that I had mentioned in our finance committee meeting was in regards to the calendar, and I think that a future education compact discussion would be the timing that the budget is approved by the city, because we are behind. We are behind in having this teacher contract signed, we're behind in hiring, and the ripple effect goes on, and I think that there has to be an opportunity for looking at how the overall city budget is adopted to see if we could put ourselves in a better position in many respects. So that is one point I wanted to make. Another point is in regards to coming up with alternate proposals for the budget. I would love to be able to do that. Unfortunately, a lot of the things that I have asked for consideration, I don't have a dollar amount to be able to make a concrete proposal as being suggested. For instance, I've asked many times to have that discussion about middle schools so that we could consider that as part of our budget. I don't know how much money do we need to be able to fully staff the middle schools with the teachers that we need, and how much money do we need if, in fact, we need to extend the school day. So if we can have those numbers, tomorrow, that would be fantastic. This is something that I've wanted to be able to discuss. And likewise, to be able to look and see for every item, for the strategic plan, where is the opportunity to create some efficiencies? I've got my colleagues that are into fiscal efficiencies, and I have to feel that there's certainly some opportunity with the strategic plan, but without the it has to be a partnership to be able to come up with those alternative proposals, and I've been disappointed thus far in being able to engage in that conversation with the information we've provided thus far. The last point I want to make, and I make this point because not for the meetings tomorrow specifically, but I do want to make it clear, policy 1-6.2, agenda dissemination. Our policy states that the proposed agenda shall be distributed to school board members at least 3 days in advance of the regular meeting. A copy of the proposed agenda and all agenda packet and materials shall be made available for inspection by the public at the same time such documents are furnished to the school board members unless materials are exempt under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson, for that information, and Ms. Wilson can speak to that policy.
I will only speak as it pertains to the meeting tomorrow. Again, the meeting has basically just been confirmed this evening since you are not voting, so there has not been a proposed agenda for tomorrow night. However, when we move on to another item, because we are certain that there is a meeting tomorrow, that agenda will be prepared and disseminated tonight. I've already spoken with Ms. Page.
And also, and we're not going to belabor this discussion because we need to move on because we have a packed agenda. But there were items that you brought up, Ms. Gibson, as far as creating greater efficiencies with the budgeting process. Council, that discussion we've had in the Finance Committee meeting, and that the Finance Committee Chair will be bringing a recommendation to the full board. So this has been a concern for each and every board member as we speak. So tomorrow's meeting, this discussion that we're having now will drive the agenda for tomorrow's meeting. So, but again, I just want to restate, if you have a counter proposal or a different proposal regarding the budget, please submit it as soon as possible so that the administration can properly prepare for tomorrow's meeting. Thank you. So do we have any additional questions for Mr. Simmons regarding the retirement fund? Okay. So next item.
The next item, we will go back to your board business, which was item 4.01, discuss the internal auditor position.
Ms. Lovett. So in absence of Ms. Stewart and Mr. Young and Ms. Gibson, you can chime in for the internal auditor position. So at the last Finance Committee meeting, it was agreed to resubmit to the board for discussion to repost the internal auditor position as a senior auditor, and also to have HR, Human Resources, Talent Office as a part of the interviews to maintain the integrity of the process, the interviewing process. And also, we asked a question as far as the dissemination, what media outlets are we posting for that position? And Ms. Bramble, if you could speak to that.
Yes.
If you could come up, please. Okay.
It is my understanding that the senior auditor position has not yet been posted, simply because the board wanted to review the job description as it appears now and possibly make some edits. Is it?
So we talked about this last meeting. There was a miscommunication about the title and the pay grade of the auditor. It was decided by this board that we wanted to make it clear that it was a senior auditor, therefore a higher pay grade than our existing auditor. In order to do that, we had to get approval from the state. It's my understanding that currently where it sits is that the state has approved the title change, but not the pay grade change yet. So we'll bring it to the board for approval next meeting, pending state approval of that position.
All right. And there was a question as to the job boards, where it would be posted, and I'm pulling that up for you now. There were 3 professional job boards, 2 that are unique to auditors, and 1 to general accountants, where it will be posted, and I believe that was approved by the superintendent. Mr. Wall?
The other thing that we talked about is we had some great candidates in the first batch. We want to keep it open and as a result, and be a little bit more clear about exactly our expectations for help with recruitment. So we thank you for offering to post the application on various sites. And I think we also talked about internally us making sure that we distribute it among our network so that we continue to have great candidates that can fill this position.
And further adding to the delay of the actual posting of the position, I understand there is a vetting process that has to take place by the board with respect to the qualifying questions for candidates. So there are 4 or 5 qualifying questions, general qualifying questions that will be posted on the RPS website along with the job description, pre-qualifying applicants. And those are being vetted at this point by the board, is my understanding.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to ask, so regarding the new pay grade, I think it's important that we don't go from 123 to 124, that the pay grade, I think we approved the position at $100,000 as a salary, that if the pay grade should have so that the $100,000 salary falls in kind of the middle of the pay grade, not like, step 25. So if we could just get confirmation on what the pay grade is to confirm that the board collectively approves that, I think that would be good to do.
Grade 123 right now for a full-time position, $100,000 is actually the highest salary on the pay grade, so that may be part of what the discussion about in the statement. To your point of putting it in the middle of the pay grade would be something.
Is it 125?
It would be more like, yes,
125.
for example, would put it at 84,000. The salary schedule is.
So that's okay. Could you come forward?
Updated salary schedule is a 4 docs right now, so you can see, but it would probably be somewhere between 124 and 130, depending where you want it.
Ms. Gibson?
So has a new pay grade been provided to the state for approval? Okay.
Not yet, after this meeting.
Yes, so once you determine, the board determines the pay grade, then we can submit that information to the state for approval. And the hope is that the turnaround will be as quick as the title change of internal auditor position, senior auditor position. Ms. Ford?
Well, it's a good note, thank you, Ms. Hidasco. If it is the collective will of the board to increase, to have the pay grade be 1 pay grade higher, it appears as if we're going to have to allocate $25,000 additional dollars into this position. So something to be mindful of as a board.
I'm not sure I'm,
Ms. Gibson?
thank you, I'm not sure I'm clear on that. Because we approved the lobbyist position at the same salary, and then, the actual position is considerably higher, so I'm not sure why we would approach this position any differently. My suggestion, my recommendation would be that this position is at a pay grade of 130.
And is that inclusive of the benefits package, or are you just talking about monetary compensation, salary?
I was told that we never talk about benefits, that we talk about salary.
We will make sure that the senior auditor position is at a grade at which $100,000 is roughly in the middle of the grade. Sounds like that would be grade 1, what?
25.
125. It's 100,000 roughly in the middle of that one. And that's what we'll go with. We'll figure out the finance. We'll deal with the state. And we'll get it posted. We go? All right, that's good.
Yes, that's it.
So the next item is 4.02, receive reports from board members on external committee, board assignments, and conferences attended. Additional updates, I'm sorry, for finance committee. No, I'm just saying, external. So we'll have the updates next board meeting. Thank you. Ms. Gibson?
Were there also any discussion of the additional education foundation?
I believe that was a collective request for the board to have a discussion about the Richmond Education Foundation as a group, and so I believe it's scheduled for next agenda. I know it's going to have a broader update, so.
Ms. Owen?
Okay, so help me understand about these reports. External committees. So does that include, the finance committee is not an external committee, right? And the evaluation committee, those are,
It's still a committee, but the external committees will include mathematics, regional government school, May Walker government school, Code RBA. So those are external committees, as well as our committees or ad hoc committees.
so children's cabinet, would that be an
That will
external?
also fall into this.
Okay,
report.
so if there are any members on the committee who are not on the school board, does that make it an external committee? I really need to understand, because I am on a lot of committees, okay? So I just need to understand how many of them I'm supposed to be
So
reporting on.
any committees that board members serve on, this is the place to report out to the board the attendance and reporting out what took place, a verbal summary what took place, as well as a written write-up to submit to the clerk for record. Ms. Reed.
I think we should label it report out on board member committee assignments, and that way it'll alleviate any concerns for any committee. There's a report.
If it is any committee that board members serve on. So we all, and any conferences. Thank you, Ms. Lillian. Next item.
The next item is receive
receive an 5.01, the administrative business, receive an update on rezoning and facilities planning. We're at the administration business. Item 5.01, receive an update on rezoning and facilities planning.
Hello? All right, good evening. The community engagement piece of our rezoning work has kicked off. Last week, we held 2 community information system sessions, one at MLK, one at the Southside Community Service Center. They were pretty well attended. In terms of what we heard, there were a lot of questions around the enrollment projections and how they hold up over time. We had additional housing, our multi-dwelling units, and as RPS improves and starts to attract additional students. I think this is going to be a question that we grapple with throughout the entire process in relation to those projections. There were also some concerns around fidelity to the process. So being able to take the emotion out of a very emotional discussion to make sure that we're making the best decisions for all of RPS as a whole. And also having the school board to accept the recommendations from the RAC.
And then the following day, good evening everyone, the following day on May 30th, we had our first rezoning advisory committee. It was held at Richmond Technical Center. Cropper did a similar overview for the committee, and we were able to begin some of the conversation and the key questions, and some of the key questions that came up were very similar to what we heard with the public. The 94 is in regards to how well will enrollment projections hold up. There was also brought forward by both board members who are on the committee as well as other committee members about the importance of making sure we know our city projections and any developments that are happening, especially as a result, as it relates to Richmond 300 data. Questions around our capacity study, how can we better use, or what's the economic data for each school, and how does this track with enrollment projections, and then also how do we account for the possibility that RPS might attract more students with improvements over time. So those were some, yes, we can some of those were some of the key questions. Also brought up was engagement. We really want to make sure this is an inclusive process, and we talked about ways in which we can continue to include and be inclusive with the community. We know this is going to be an important part if we want to do this with people and not to them. And to that end, we're going to make sure all of our RAC meetings moving forward are live streamed, as well as think about our summer engagement sessions, making sure we have a meeting in every district once we have options. Our next RAC meeting will be June 27th, and at that meeting we're going to begin to explore draft options that Cropper will present. Any questions?
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for the update. I'm glad to hear that the first meetings were fairly well attended, and I look forward to engaging in more of them and hearing more from interested parties. But I am curious about when we can expect to see the draft rezoning options. So I know that they'll be, they should be there for the meeting on the 27th. Will we have lead time on those?
Yes, you will. I'm not sure how much there's going to be just yet, but we will share with the board prior to going live.
Thank you.
And also to add, our board representatives, Ms. Cosby and Dr. Sapini, is there anything that you all would like to add? And Ms. Owen, I apologize. Dr. Sapini?
Yeah, thank you. If this part of this question you may not be able to necessarily answer, but hoping that Ms. Page will be able to chime in pertaining to the 2012 process. I'm assuming it was very, even though it only, it's only elementary school, correct? Now it's
Yes.
pretty thorough and so on, right?
Yes.
Well, my concern having to do with the process stemmed from the fact that early on I was concerned about how quick we would have to return through the whole rezoning. And I reviewed the paperwork from back then, and I saw that there were 16 meetings in about 9 months. This one, where we're doing the whole district, we're doing 9 meetings in 7 months. So how is it possible we need to add more? That's concerning to me because it seems like we're rushing. We can't rush if we're going to be thorough. Am I wrong? So within the presentation that you gave us, it did state you would have 2 meetings per month. We're scheduled to have 1 per month. Believe it's not that I want to hang out with you guys twice a month. But my point is I do not want to rush this. We have one opportunity, I don't want to mess it up.
I think that's something that the RAP committee is, I think it's a great point, and something if the committee decides that we do need more meetings, I think that would be the committee that decides to add them. And I think I've heard that echoed from other members, so I think if it's the will of the committee, it's something we can definitely explore.
So can we get that on there right now, please? So can we get that going? Do we need to, I guess, find dates and things of that nature?
Yes, we absolutely can do that. I also want to point out that this is part of a contract with proper. We add additional meetings, there's going to be additional costs with that.
We can figure out, certainly if additional meetings are necessary. They don't all necessarily need to have proper presence, so we can figure out the contract piece. You know, the goal here is that we come out on the other side with everybody feeling that they were able to have their voices heard. Obviously, you can never come out with a rezoning plan that satisfies everyone. It's just not possible given all the pushes and pulls that are inherent in a rezoning process, but it is absolutely essential to us that people feel they have the opportunity to participate, to weigh in, to debate. So we will make whatever adjustments are necessary to do that. I do also want to note that as we get further into this, we may realize it does need more time. I think then we will have to make some decisions about if it does extend well into the winter, whether these recommendations can go into effect in the fall of 20. We just want to make sure that families have time to absorb the recommendations. It is generally good practice to give families a full school year prior to the implementation of a rezoning effort, and so I think that is just something we're going to have to continue to explore as we get through this process. We certainly don't want to rush it. I just want the board to be mindful that that is one of the tensions that we would have to grapple with over the course of the process.
Ms. Owen?
Well, I'll just point out, we're going to have 3 new schools that open at fall of 2020. So who's going in them? We're going to have to get this done. We're going to have 3 new schools in there, just let you guys know. Okay, just saying.
Mr. Young?
The voice of clarity. I am not a member of the committee, so it's not appropriate for me to say what my opinion is, but I will just note my observation, having attended that meeting, and it seemed as though I was so pleased because my observation was all of the committee members had an appetite to critique what had been presented, to ask a lot of really hard questions, to challenge some assumptions, and I inferred from that they were willing to meet more. So I concur with Pat, and I can just share the 2 representatives from the 4th district. I warned them in advance that they would what they would be signing up for in regards to time commitment. So I'm not on the committee, so it's not right for me to say, look forward to the committee doing it, but that was my observation, that the consensus in the room was that probably more time was needed.
And also, I just would like to add that it is important that we get this right, because this is a comprehensive rezoning. We not just rezoning, changing the boundaries for elementary, we're also looking at doing the same for secondary. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think there were some meetings that we did hold that did not include Cropper just because of the work involved. So I don't think that should be a problem. But we do have to get this right. And also the point Cropper made clear that this is not going to solve everything with what we are facing in the south side, south of the James. Because what we really are realizing that we need more schools in the south side. When we look at the projection further down the road. So the comment from the committee members, bringing recommendations to the board as far as building construction to accommodate the enrollment south of the James. Ms. Burke.
Thank you so very much. I'd like to commend the committee. The persons, I'm not on the committee, but I was there as well. But it was very impressive in terms of the diversity, experiences, current teachers, parents, a couple of Richmond Public Schools graduates. So it was a great mix. And my concern is as we move along and we question the opportunity to have additional meetings, I always think about being flexible enough. If it's needed, we need to do it. But the same token too, as my colleague just stated, we have new schools to fill. So we must move forward. So if it means we need to meet 3 times a month or whatever else, just get it done, because what's right now, correct now, may be different next year this time. So that's something to think about, just being flexible as we move forward. And that those persons, from what I gathered, were committed to the process. Change is hard. Change is hard, but I think we have the right people in the right seats to get it done.
I would also like to thank all the public who came out to the meeting. Just a reminder, these are public meetings, and we have several community members, some of our partners who were there in attendance. And although they can watch the meetings, their presence was felt, and we're really appreciative of so many who came out, and we just encourage any other members of the public to attend those meetings as well as watch it as we live stream it moving forward. So thank you to everyone who came out.
Yes, and just to add a note to that, we cannot leave out well represented by members of the PTAs. So that was duly noted for as far as participation committee members.
Thank you.
Dr. Sapini?
Mrs. Simmons, I'm not sure if you got a chance to review the notes from that committee meeting, but I don't want to be a dead horse, but I just wanted to kind of remind ourselves if we can still look at the BPI, the numbers for that, which is projected to have over 2,000 pre-K students for the next couple of years. And although Mr. Proctor stated that he did not account for that within the rezoning plan, those students obviously will go on to become kindergarten and so on and so forth. So if we can remind ourselves and include that, because I think it is important. And speaking of which, I'm not sure if there's the area, but what is the state of our BPI right now?
Thank you. All right, agreed.
The next item.
Thank you.
The next item is to receive an update on the joint construction team.
Hello again. First, apologies, we did switch out the JCT presentation today. We received this at College from the City this afternoon. So we did upload it to board docs. This is something different than what was uploaded on Friday. Just wanted to know if we did make any adjustment. With that, I'll turn it over to my colleague. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair. Good evening. Board members, my name is Bob Stidell. I'm the Deputy Chief Administrative Officer for the City of Richmond. I work with the operations team. I work with folks who are the capital projects managers that are bringing you these projects. And we're really pleased to give you a quick update as to where we are here. For some of you who maybe were at the compact meeting, this is going to be kind of old news. But so here are, from your package here are your CMAR contractor partners. Shockey, SB Ballard, Grant Hills. These are the folks that are working with you in the CMAR process as was bid. It is in their best interest to get you the best possible price they can, because when they lock in their guaranteed maximum price, they are done. They actually positively, without any question, must reach that goal. You also see listed the MDE subcontractors right now that are signed up for each of the individual contractors. Again, they each have a goal of 40% MDE participation, and that is one goal that they are working hard to achieve. So at this point in the general construction schedule, we are right at the end of the first couple phases. The early site work and building pad, you'll see some photos about that here in a second. But the most important thing, at least for me, is to get the GMP development done. We are wrapping that up as we speak. They truly are working very hard on your behalf. This is perhaps the most challenging bid environment I have seen in my 40 years of experience, between actual tariffs, threatened tariffs, the way prices are going all over the map, the labor pool we have to pull from, and as you notice, as you go around the city, there are projects on top of projects on top of projects that are being built, including projects the city of Richmond is building. We are in a competitive environment, and to be able to be an estimator for one of these one-year contracted partners, it's a job that I don't think I would want to have. One thing I will draw your attention to on the schedule, when we are on this schedule, the most important thing is that we have structural steel, masonry walls, and roofing on those schools before October. We want those schools to be buttoned up, we want them to be tight, and we want to be able to start to dry them out, because that's how you have that really good upcoming production construction time over the upcoming winter. It's very, very important. We get a lot of work done over the winter months to be able to meet the 2020 deadline, which we will meet. So these are firm costs. This is a summary as of this morning. What is a firm cost? It's something we've already paid. It's something that is established by purchase order. It's something that's an executed construction change order, or it's determined by a formula. That's where you see the permit fees. Those are all done by formula. So what is yet to come in the next hours, because we're not talking about days anymore, we're talking about hours. Balance of the GMP construction subcontractors, not yet in a drafted or reviewed change order. We have to do the furniture, fixtures, and equipment. Especially important, the technology equipment and installation. Remember, these schools have got to have a technology backbone that's going to last us for technology. We have no idea how your kids are going to be taught in 20 years. So we have to make sure it's right. We have to be the best and the most robust it can be. And then we do have to still get the cost of the demolitions of the two existing elementary schools. We were asked for value engineering summary sheet, so this is not something you're going to read on the screen. You're going to read it at your leisure when you get a chance to look at it. What it has on the left-hand column our value engineering descriptions, were, when we went into the project, the team found if we did this, we might be able to save some money, might be able to improve the project, might be able to improve the quality. So it was, these were all proposed, and you see them across the three schools. One thing I will point out to you, some of the things that are proposed in value engineering don't make any sense. Somebody may say, hey, this might make sense for us to shave on the front end of a project, but for the long-term maintainability, it makes no sense at all. So you will see in there, some of those recommendations were thrown out. You will see those that increase the reliability of the new schools, as well as the ability for energy efficiency to happen. Those are in there. There were some very positive things that took place. You all have a solar contractor that you're working with. We were able to take that out of this project because it's already part of your solar contract. Good things happen in VEs, but it's not always that you take dollars out. In many cases, you have to put dollars back in, and you're going to see just a little bit of that in there. The status right now is there was an estimated value of a little over $7 million, and there's agreement on a little over, I can't read myself up there, I have to go to my agreement on $5.8 million. 7.8 was what was estimated across all three schools, and current agreement is 5.8. Value engineering is a tough thing. The teams, first of all, propose it, and the teams that review it are really great people. They have a lot of experience, a lot of construction techniques. Mechanical, electrical, plumbing are tough things for people to understand across complex projects like this, but we had the right people in the right place, and I think we're getting exactly what we need for the projects that are going to get delivered for you. A couple of my projects, photos that I had here for you. So here you see the Elkhart middle school site. You see footers going in, you see concrete getting poured. You see an awful lot of people getting dirty out there. We're scratching dirt. We're having a great weather season so far. I'm going to knock on wood because last year went to heck in handbasket right about now. So far so good. Oh, and the other thing that's nice about the middle school construction site, when it does rain, it does drain very fast. It's not one of those places that makes a mud bog and puts a lot of water in the way, so that the contractors can't get in there and get their work back on as soon as they have sunshine after a rainy day. Green Elementary School, one thing I will point out to you, that upper left-hand photo, you see the gentleman standing in front of those sticks of pipe. Those are very expensive sticks of pipe, and there was a whole heck of a lot of it that had to get used over the Green Elementary site plan. Again, this is looking good. You see concrete footers in place. We have had an excellent relationship both with the school and with the neighbors at this site. I was really worried about that because it's very tight, the ball pin over there. You know how tight it is. But we've had an excellent relationship, and we're going to continue to build on that over the summer construction season as we work to get this building thinned out. And then finally, George Mason. When we were at the last meeting, we didn't have a George Mason photo. One thing that is interesting about this job, instead of trying to use the ground that was there, we said, the heck with it, we're going to dig it all out. So you notice it's a great big hole now. There'll be stone and there'll be material put back in there, and then that will be the base of the George Mason School going forward. This location has been disturbed so many times with so much, it was just easier to do it that way. But I think that's certainly changed some of the timeline on the site work on this school, so it's going very well. That's it. One thing I will point out to you is, again, your contractors are your partners in this. They have had good work done here. They're going to do everything they can to get the best possible price for the city, as well as make sure it's something that is going to get through all the variables that are right now in the construction business, as well as what we're going to anticipate we're going to see over the next 12 to 18 months by the time we get everything done. It's been a safe job. Nobody's been hurt. We've been very pleased with that. And it's a job, again, I believe the communities are supportive of the noise and the construction that goes on, the number of trucks. unbelievable numbers of trucks have been moving up and down our streets, but the communities have supported it, have not heard complaints, and really thank the communities for letting us get in here and work. With that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Mr. Young, Ms. Burke,
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have several questions, but first I want to commend Darren and Bob for bringing back what we requested, specifically the value engineering, and something north of $5 million is significant, so thank you. And I would characterize what you did bring back as perhaps a lot of niceties, so that's arguably low-hanging fruit. One thing I noted that wasn't included, and I'm curious if JCT had any conversations relative to, pertains to square footage, and if you had any conversations about square footage within the buildings.
I have not. We're working off the square footage that was bid. So
we're pretty locked into the square footage because we had to get the envelope of the building straight first and start all the prep work. So I think that the square footage is what it is at this point.
Madam Chair, I have other questions, but I want to defer to other colleagues first. Me? Okay, thank you. My next question regards if, we know what our fixed costs are, 62 and change. Do we have an update? I recognize it's a moving target for all the reasons Bobby referenced a moment ago, but do you have an update relative to what the projected cost is for the 3 schools?
It is such a moving target at this point, and again, your contractor partners are dumpster diving right now for everything. So let them do their jobs. It's again a matter of a few days, and we'd rather get you the number when it's fixed and firm as opposed to wild speculation, because we've got so many projects going on. I'm looking at other projects in the city and trying to gauge against those, but some of them have more concrete, some of them have less concrete, some of them have more structural steel, some of them don't. The one thing we want to make sure we get right, though, is again, the electronic and the technology backbone for these schools has got to be something that is robust for 20 years. And that's where the good, smart people work on.
Thank you. And very sound answer. I don't disagree with any of that. Obviously, I'm just curious if we anticipate there's some probability that it may go north of our budget, $150 million, and if we are developing contingency plans, if there is some probability, if we're developing contingency plans, and if so, why we wouldn't have considered some of how you really arrive at cost square footage.
Well, I will tell you to start with, I don't go over budget. That's not, I'm not allowed to do that. I don't do that. But I will also tell you that, I mean, at this moment, I have 3 or 4 contingencies. So again, I hear what you're saying. We'll
I would expect nothing less. I've known you too long to know anything different than that. My last question, thank you, Ms. Burke. LEED certified. Can either of you speak to what percentage of cost for these 3 buildings we anticipate, what percentage is for LEED certified? Like approximately.
Approximately 8%. Approximately.
So
But
about
again,
12.
It's going to depend on some of the scoring. At the end of the day, what does that scoring actually look like? And remember, there's standards for energy efficient buildings, but then there's LEED certification. Remember, LEED certification is a third-party certification that's done under certain rules. So, and that a lot of this will depend on stuff that still needs to be ordered.
So I do have questions later about LEED, but we can come back to that.
yes. Ms. Burke?
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to finally see the construction. But when we last had our cabinet meeting, as you well know, I was very concerned. So I'm the lady out there every morning taking pictures.
Good.
And I've had some parents to call asking about the safety of the children playing on the playgrounds. But the wall that's up, the gated fence, the barricade is well done. Well done, and I thank you for that. I have one question regarding the summary of firm costs. You can go back to that slide. and maybe something very simple, I'm just not clear on it. With the MAC test services, I know what that would be, but the number for George Mason is less because at the top when I see the first phototype, I see 99 for George Mason and Green, but knowing Green is bigger, 1,000 students as opposed to our number at Mason. But then when I come down to the MAC test services, I see 82 and I see 99 for Green. Is that because of the type of tests that were given, or I know?
Sure, remember I told you we're digging George Mason out.
And I saw that, okay.
There will be less work because of that.
Okay, I saw the digging in the red dirt clearing.
But instead of having to go around and dig a bunch of holes, you only dig a bunch of holes, but they're digging a great big hole.
Yes, you are, yes you have. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Young, or Ms. Gibson, then Mr. Young. Before we get to your questions, our student representative must leave. Thank you for joining us this evening. And before you leave, do you have any comments, feedback?
I'll encourage parents to push their kids to join the board so they can be informed and bring this information not to their schools only, share with their peers, and like get more involved in this because it will help out.
Thank you. Well said. Ms. Gibson and Mr. Young.
Thank you. So, I want to start by saying that, that from my perspective, these projects are already over budget. I remain still unclear why the costs are significantly higher than the estimates that were provided by RRMM in September. I think that for me, now I heard that in the Education Compact meeting that it was discussed that there would be an additional potentially $8 million from the original cost that we were provided. And I understand that now there's a hesitancy to kind of document that, but I think it's important. I understand it's a moving target, but I do think that that we need to continue to document as we go. And if that means that it's going to ebb and flow, it's going to ebb and flow. But in the name of transparency, we need to see more documentation rather than less. I think the main point that I want to make as it pertains to this process this evening is that, as a board, we decided to make a compromise by building school designs that had already been done before. And it is a compromise because, this is a school that was built to work specifically for another place. But those trade-offs were made because there's less risk going into something that's already been done once before, and that there would be some time savings. And so what I don't understand is why we are now essentially talking about value engineering projects that have already been value engineered. And when those schools were built in Suffolk in 2016, 2017, again, they were among the least expensive schools built that year. And now as we look at pricing, these projects are coming in considerably at a premium. And so I'm still unclear as to why why we don't have more clear answers at this point, and why we are I don't think that value engineering is the solution to me, or that LEAD is driving this, because LEAD was something that was built in the RFP. And so all that I can end by saying is I still have a lot of questions.
So in answer to, every time a change order is final, it will be added to this list of firm costs. And very shortly, all change orders will be final, and you will have all the costs, which is your guaranteed maximum price. That is what we are pointing to now. So every time something gets final, it gets added to this list, and then you will have the final amount. I can't speak to the Suffolk jobs, I didn't build them. But what you're buying today is entirely different from what they bought from Suffolk back when they bought those materials 2 years or a year before they actually installed them. So what value engineering brings to you is you look at what is today. What are the materials you're speccing today? What is the roofing material you're speccing today? Where can you make those really good decisions as to increase the maintainability of the building, but at the same time, it's something different than they built in Suffolk. I think you did save quite a bit with the prototype design, simply because a lot of work was able to get done. We're under a very tight time frame. You're not going to go around and talk to your peers in Rockport, Chesterfield and find out they're building schools as fast. So I think you did have a good bump from being able to use that prototype design. And again, the materials they used then, and even where Suffolk could order windows from is different than where we ordered windows from. Where Suffolk got concrete from is different than where we get concrete from. They just built a whole Dominion building and took away a lot of stuff that the rest of us can't buy because they're using it in the Dominion building. They're getting ready to do the second one. ECU's getting ready to build the second children's hospital. There's competition for this material. I don't know what the bidding document or the bidding environment was like in Suffolk when they built those schools, but it's very, very, very competitive here. But we will have, the cost will be upgraded. You don't save, you don't balance the budget off of value engineering. You never do. Value engineering is meant just to give you a better job. The balancing the budget is where we as the construction managers working with the construction partners, that's where we balance the budget. We raised, I'm sorry, the city agreed to raise $150 million for the meals tax, and we're not going to exceed what the people have said that they want to spend on these schools. We're not going to do that. But what we will do is make sure that we spend those monies to the maximum advantage. And I'm actually looking forward to getting ready to present the next group of schools.
Mr. Young and then Ms. Dorr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I introduced, like my colleagues, the conversation relative to the budget because obviously it's a pretty low bar. To your point, we can't spend money we don't have. Though some may try, but we can't. But really, the bar is somewhere else. The bar regards those schools that we also want to renovate and or construct. And needless to say, the increase in cost that my colleague spoke to is limiting or if not precluding our capacity to do that, perhaps for reasons that you just identified, they're beyond their control. So I would like to inquire about a solution that you just addressed a moment ago, but before I do, I would ask Darren if you could speak to the savings, if any, at the 3 new buildings. When I refer to our 3 new buildings, I'm referring to those buildings most recently built, Huguenot and Oak Grove, Belmead, and Martin Luther King, and what the savings, I'm referring to any savings that are accrued annually because of LEED.
Yeah, I know you requested that data, we're still pulling that in. Right now, it doesn't look like there was a tangible savings going to lease or LEED goal.
So, Madam Chair, if I
Mr. Young.
Yeah, for the last batch of schools that were LEED certified, we're not seeing the operation, we are not seeing operational savings that we projected, expected.
So Mr. Young, Ms. Jordan, and Dr. Sapine.
I recognize that this merits a lot more conversation. I'm not naive to this, but I also am mindful of the chronology and the timeline that the 2 gentlemen have just spoken to. I understand that not only are we not accruing any savings because of LEED, but it actually is more expensive. It's actually more expensive for our buildings to maintain. And I understand that it's a sexy acronym, But the truth is, I think we can achieve green in other ways. I'm also mindful that this is a policy provision that was adopted by our friends downstairs. So with that, I would propose this evening that this board request of City Council to waive the LEED certification requirements for these 3 new buildings so that we can instead spend $12 million on our students in other buildings that right now have to deal with rat-infested conditions and bathrooms that that consistently smell of urine, all the things we've heard about, at least as long as I've been on board, that we would spend those $12 million, or the equivalent of 8% of the budget, in places that truly would make a difference, and that instead we would address our very real needs relevant to green in other ways. Specifically, for example, I would propose that we plant 1,000 new trees on our campuses. I propose that we install a rain garden on every one of our campuses. But to achieve some engineers, to check some engineer's box and do it at the cost of $12 million, meaning that prevents our students from being in a brand new space, seems less than prudent to me. So I would propose that we ask our friends at City Council to waive the LEED requirements for these 3 buildings. I'd introduce that as a motion, Madam Chair.
I second. Have you written it down?
So the motion, Mr. Young. So Mr. Young, there was a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
So it's moved by Mr. Young and seconded by Ms. Owen. And he's writing his motion down. So while he's writing his motion down, discussion, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understand our desire to find savings, and I think it's absolutely critical that we can put any savings that we can towards other schools with high priorities. That said, I don't know that I feel prepared to vote on this resolution tonight without the additional details that Mr. Young has already requested from the administration. So I do think that I don't want to check an engineer's box for checking an engineer's box's sake, but I certainly understand that a LEED certification is evidence of efforts to make sure that your buildings are environmentally friendly and efficient. So I would like to see more details related to past performance, not only at our schools, but other buildings or other schools that have obtained the LEED certification before I put my name on a resolution to request revocation of the requirement.
Ms. Dorr.
I agree with Mr. Barlow. I think it's great that we're exploring different ways to reduce these costs. And I did have a question, or wanted to make a statement specifically about green. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about all this in public session. I guess it's hard for me on one sentence to hear LEED isn't working and then to vote to remove it. So I would just want a little bit more information as to why we're not reaping the benefits before I would be prepared to remove the requirement entirely.
Dr. Spinelli.
Thank you. Not sure which one of you would be able to answer, if at all, right now. But part of what I was going to ask before the motion was that, did you know of the prototypes that are elsewhere, what's the operational cost or maintenance, anything along those lines? No comparison? Are you able to get those figures by chance? You're right, because I think that'd be very important to see as far as utilities, so on and so forth, what have they been spending relative to their size and so on, if we're getting the same thing.
So board members, please be mindful that we need to deal with the motion before we have other discussion. Mr. Barlow.
I'd like to respectfully request that the motion be withdrawn until we get more details so that we can make an informed decision with knowledge. I think, at least I will, take the option very seriously after having an opportunity to look at the data. But I want to make sure that if we are voting on such a motion, that we have the information necessary to make an informed decision.
I concur with Mr. Barlow. We just need more detailed information so that we can make an informed decision, a sound decision, before we arbitrarily jump out there and make a decision and we do not have the information to support that decision. Ms. Gibson? Thank you. I concur with what I've heard. I also want to reiterate, LEAD has been around for a very long time. My husband has had a certification, I think, for more than a decade at least. It's been around for a lot longer than that. So if we're not doing it right, there's something wrong with what we're doing. So, you know, LEAD has become ubiquitous. And the standard certification level is essentially a baseline. And so, and to be frank, as buildings have evolved, those standards are becoming standard. The lines between LEED and non-LEED are blurring. So, I think the suggestion that there's something wrong with LEED, you know, and taking it away as a solution to the building process, I think is misaligned in terms of a strategy moving forward. Thank you. To Scott's point, if we defer this decision until 2 weeks later, do we still have the capacity? To request this at City Council for the changes to be made? And Mr. Simmons, before you answer the question, also would like to ask you, is this a realistic timeline to provide the level of detailed information that the board is requesting? So I'd like to see some documentation as to what you're going to bring back the next time we meet. Because something you just stated, we have to get away from that mindset of second best or as good as. We actually deserve the
Best, and that's what we're promising them. Yes, we do need money, but let's do it right, because otherwise it can come back years from now and not be favorable. So I'd much rather have the correct data before making that decision, so I concur as well.
So, Mr. Simmons, the next meeting, or you will be able to provide additional information as far as the timeline?
The next board meeting or the next JCT update?
Which one?
Yeah, we can do the next one.
I'm going to be realistic. What we're asking you to provide, is that a realistic expectation?
I don't know, we need to work with our friends in the city.
Why don't we, if I may, give us a second to even understand what would be involved in figuring that out. I'm sorry, I thought you were going to reference the next JCT meeting, which is in a couple of days, so not on that. And then we can circle back to the board on whether we'd be able to have it for the next board meeting or the next JCT update, which would be 2 board meetings from now. We'll certainly do our best to figure this out as quickly as we can. Yes.
So the administration will let the board know as far as expectation to receive the information.
Yes.
Board members, are we amenable to that? We don't know if it's the 17th, but the administration will come back.
No. I'm not. I'm absolutely not amenable to just whenever, because we have real hard deadlines. So, I mean,
Mr. Young, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm saying the 17th, I don't know if that's a realistic expectation.
I know.
But,
I heard.
so it's not just whenever.
Well, I guess my point is, if the train is pulling out of the station fast.
Mr. Young, can Superintendent Cameron speak to that?
We will do everything humanly possible to get information for you by June 17th. If, for whatever reason, we are encountering issues that precludes us from doing so, we will alert the board, but we will make every good faith effort to try to get the information. I just want to make sure I understand what information the board has requested. I think what I heard is what would be the marginal savings if we didn't do the sort of above normal energy saving things that you would normally do in order to get LEED. So not getting rid of all energy saving things, because we want to do most of those things as a matter of good building practice in the year 2019. But what's just on the margin that would get us to the LEED? And then the other thing I heard is a request for some data around, I think, energy savings from the schools that were also built with these prototypes. I'm not exactly sure what we would be comparing to. We could certainly get what their monthly utilities are. I don't know what the baseline is to compare that to say this is a savings or not. So I'm not exactly sure. I just want to make sure I'm responsive to the school board. I don't exactly know what to do with that information. We could get their utility bills, if that's what you would like. Just not sure what else to do with it.
Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I realize that it is kind of a tough ask. An assertion that Mr. Young made was that we are not recognizing savings from, the expected savings from past LEED certified projects. And so if there is any data to demonstrate that, then that's helpful, but I understand at the same time that this is information that can be kind of tough to pin down. What are you benchmarking it against, things like that. So so ideally, we would see what expected savings could be, and then understand, and if there is any information out there that can help us understand whether we would need to temper expectations so we make a reasonable decision, that would be helpful. but I realize it's pretty
Okay, look, of course, if this is the will of the board, we can certainly go down that path. My sense is we will find imperfect data that leads us to an inconclusive decision point. But of course, we can look back and see, for example, what did they expect the savings to be at Huguenot? Or what did they expect the bills to be? We can look at them now, though I think as everyone can understand, there are innumerable factors which would affect utility costs today versus 5 years ago when the school was being built. And so I'm not sure how helpful that will be, but look, we will try to get whatever information we can. I do just want to be mindful of the fact that we want to make sure most of Mr. Simmons and Mr. Steidel's energy is focused on building schools. And so I just want to maintain that as our focus.
So, Dr. Sapini, your previous question, do you have any additional comments, add on? Because I think you were asking the same.
Just to compare, or have an idea rather of what you potentially expect. That's what I was looking for, the operational costs from those other projects.
Ms. Dorr?
You can go.
I'm sorry, Ms. Owen.
That's okay. I just would point out that at least 2 of these schools, I believe, are different size than the ones in Suffolk.
Yes.
So, as, you know, that's not gonna be really telling us if we just look at their energy use.
That's a good point. Ms. Dorr?
My comment is less related to energy costs and more just a statement that I wanted to, back to the discussion about why the costs are coming in higher. I was satisfied by some of the information coming back from the JCT in regards to Elkhart and George Mason. I echo some of the other concerns here. I don't feel like I quite understand still why Green is coming in so much higher than the Suffolk school that was built 3 years ago. And I feel like I get a lot of qualitative answers, but I still don't feel like I quite understand. I understand the costs are higher, but the costs are significantly higher in the Green example than they are in the other 2 examples. And so I do think that there's additional information that I personally feel like I haven't received as it relates specifically to that school. So anyways, I just want to make a statement about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And clerk would like to remind the board information that was sent out prior to the next meeting regarding the information that was uploaded to board document.
Yes, I just basically wanted to share that when I switched out that presentation for Mr. Simmons, I did send you all a notice that had been changed. I'm not sure if you saw it, Mr. Young did respond. 5.03, receive an update on the recommended 2019-2020 bus schedule.
I think Bob walked off with my notes. Can't be far. year. We got a lot of feedback since our last presentation about the PPI schedule and how making a change there would be too disruptive at this point in the school year. So we've taken that feedback and are now proposing that we keep things the exact same as they are next year as they are right now in terms of start time and end time for PPI. In order to make that happen, however, we need to take all 10 bus driver positions that are slated for being added in the strat plan and put those on PPI rides. So that's the trade-off there. And in terms of moving schools from tier 3 into tier 2, we got a lot of really positive feedback from the schools and their staff on making that move. And we have just a summary of that feedback here. So in general, Carver, Chimborazo, Winter Park, Green, Red, and Westover Hills are all supportive of moving from tier 3 into tier 2. In terms of next steps, schools are currently scheduling community and family engagement sessions to get the community and family input. We hope to bring that to the June 17th board meeting along with the final recommendation for this proposal. Questions?
Thank you. Next item.
The next item is 5.04, receive the 2019-2020 meal tuition and rental rates.
All right. Bringing forth the proposed 2019-2020 meals tuition and rentals rate, I do want to draw your attention to a few areas that have changed. First, looking at vocational education and apprenticeship. The course for the vocational education and apprenticeship course fee is going up from $400 to $425. The school meal prices are left static. Going down to the building rental fees, the elementary rate is going from $120 to $130. The middle school rates moving from $140 to $150. And the high school rates move from $150 to $175. And again, this is to cover basic operational costs for custodial overtime and the increase in utilities throughout the years. Moving to the athletic rental fees, likewise, or similarly, that's moving from $40 to $50 for the 2-hour minimum charge, and each additional hour is moving from $20 to $25. Safety and security officer rate is moving from $98 to $100, and each additional hour is moving from $49 to $50. So very minor changes there. This page is exactly the same as it was last year. Moving to the Ash Center, we are proposing some significant shifts here. The commercial rate for the Ash Center is moving from $2,000 to $2,500, and the charitable rate from $1,500 to $2,000. And again, this is to cover basic custodial overtime and utilities costs for the building. Some minor changes in the service personnel schedule for the Ash Center. The box office is moving from $300 to $325. The event manager from $32 to $35 per hour. The electrician plumber from $32 to $35. Fire marshal from $27 to $30. The emergency medical technician from $24 to $25. The police supervisor from $30 to $35. The police officer from 27 to 30. And the last page, security guards from 20 to 25, the receptionist from $12 to $15 per hour, the ticket takers from $12 to $15 per hour, and the maintenance personnel from $16 to $20 per hour. any questions. And again, just making these adjustments to account for increases in utility costs, overtime costs, so we start to come close to breaking even on this. Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Thank you. I would just ask that moving forward, when presented with cost changes like this, that we are always presented both the year prior and the current year, because when I was reviewing the documents this weekend, I wasn't able to put any of the new prices in the context of where they have been. I'm curious, these increases in general, is this typical to have these year-over-year changes like this, or is this higher than is the norm?
No, these haven't moved in some time, actually. We're behind the curve here. We've been losing money on a lot of these rental rates. So.
Yes, we have. Ms. Gibson?
One question regarding the Arthur Ashe Center. I understand, I guess my question is for school events, is the school responsible for paying the charitable rate for, say for games that are held at Arthur Ashe?
No, they're not. This is like outside nonprofit organizations that we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Simmons.
Thank you.
Next item.
The next item is 5.05, receive a transcript audit and high school graduation update.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, school board members, Superintendent Cameras. I wanted to update you on some information since our last graduation update, transcript update at our last meeting. I want to begin first with, just to really acknowledge that the data we presented, particularly for some schools, certainly was not intended to portray any kind of negative impression of our students. In fact, the intent was to really show the depth of challenges that we face and the work we have to do to provide our students a quality education. But we certainly have reflected and learned from that, and want to first apologize for any anxiety or confusion. In fact, we are really optimistic, as I ended our presentation last time, very optimistic about our students and their capabilities, which is why we want to make sure that we are giving them every opportunity to show that they can meet and exceed our graduation requirements. So just want to really apologize and say that we are sorry for causing that anxiety and confusion, and again, in any way sending a message to our students that they cannot do it. In fact, the contrary, we know that they are incredible and can do anything they set their minds to. Our school teams, our principals, our counselors, our teachers, graduation coaches, division staff have been working diligently, as I shared last time, to ensure that every student that is possible graduates on time. As I shared before, our schools have developed individualized action plans for seniors with specific next steps. They've implemented additional tutoring and extended day programs on Saturdays and after school. They've ensured that students are registered for additional test-taking sessions and or taking advantage of substitute tests where allowable. We have counselors have worked with students to offer additional courses via Edgenuity, and have been in regular communication with our families to provide updates on student progress. As I shared last time, the data is heavily dynamic, and it's been 2 weeks since we've last updated this, but we are seeing the numbers move in a positive direction significantly, primarily because we are in the heart of testing season, and we are in the heart of students wrapping up all of their requirements. That includes SOL testing. I was at a school today where seniors were continuing to engage in testing sessions. What that allows students to earn verified credits required for graduation, which is the area where we have the area causing the most number of students the most challenge. completion of CTE credentials is ongoing. And we've also completed the first rounds of locally awarded verified credits. I actually just approved round 2 with some of our counselors for seniors where appropriate. And so those locally awarded verified credits also allow students to earn verified credits towards graduation. And students, of course, are submitting their final student work as seniors. So this week is a pretty significant week for certifying June graduates and ensuring that any student who is a July graduate is registered and ready to go for summer school. So with that, we would like to be able to provide a full update to you at the June 17th board meeting. I also wanted to follow up. There were some questions about why the difference in total numbers of students based on different denominators. Dr. Sapini, you asked about that. And when we were the numbers we were reporting were focusing on what I would call current active seniors in the school building. But our graduation completion index, as many of our counselors can tell you, accounts for a whole host of seniors that may not be day-to-day seniors. That might include, for example, our students for whom the homeschool is they're given school, but they attend one of our governor's regional schools or our specialty schools. Those students count into the homeschool graduation rate. Or students who are private day students, those students count into our home graduation rate. Students who are officially classified as dropped out for this current cohort, and they have not shown up for the current school year, but they still track those students, and our counselors continue to try to recover those students throughout the school year. And so when we think about there's a number of subsets of students that our counselors are including in their denominator because they are aggressively tracking all of those numbers against what we call our graduation completion index. And the data we talked about last time was about our current active seniors, if that makes sense. One of the other questions that came up at our last board meeting was around communication to families and students. And in talking with all of our counselors, this is something that our counselors do on an ongoing basis. So despite the transcript audit work, following up with families and communicating with students on a monthly basis, starting as early as September, is not a new practice for our counselors. Our counselors, each of them have very clear plans that they follow: September, October, November, December, January, etc. So each school has a set of tasks and responsibilities they're doing, and have assured me that they've been in close contact with families and with students, and that families should not be surprised if their child is in jeopardy of graduating. Of course, we also want to acknowledge that it's a very busy time of the school year, and if something did slip through the cracks, we certainly want to hear from families and students as they get that information this week. And we certainly want to know about it so we can provide that feedback. We know that as a division, we have to provide better systems and processes and standard communication so that we can track that communication over time and make it a little less of a manual effort for our counselors. So let me pause there before I go on to talk about transcript work. Are there, I guess the one other thing that I want to say about transcripts is I do want to acknowledge, Armstrong in particular, and say that we certainly have more than 8 students on track to graduate. And I've debriefed with the counseling team at Armstrong, and we just misunderstood the information. And again, I want to apologize for that. In our haste to get information uploaded and out, what I should have done is picked up the phone and said, Dr. Ward, Dr. Bell, this looks off. Let me see what you're thinking. And so I wish I would have done that, and that is a very important lesson learned. So as of today, we have, so out of 176 live seniors, and I'm not going to get into all the nitty-gritty of all the full cohort of seniors because that list is large for each school. But of our 176 approximately live active graduates, over 130 are certainly validated to graduate on time at Armstrong as of today. I validated that data with our counseling team at Armstrong today. That number is dynamic. I cannot emphasize how heavily dynamic these numbers are. And again, a lot changes even today, even from Friday. So if I put numbers on if I'd submitted numbers on Friday, those numbers would have been outdated today. So again, another lesson learned is to be cautious when presenting dynamic data. There are additional 25 students who are on track and ready to go for summer graduation. So the data in particular for Armstrong, since that was a particular pain point, is looking very solid. I'll give a quick transcript of, go ahead, sorry.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ep. Yes, as we well know, it's been very stressful. And I see the guidance counselor is here from Armstrong, and I'm glad that she's well. I'm glad that you did go over there and talk, and also to have a conversation with the students and the principal as well. The last couple of weeks have been very stressful, extremely stressful. But our children know what they are capable of doing, and they can only be as strong and as resilient as we allow them to be. So yes, lessons to be learned as we move forward for our juniors now that we become seniors. And I know we inherited the transcript stuff, but I also know that the attendance rate counts towards students being able to graduate. A couple of them failed classes that they were aware of but didn't tell everybody is that they could have. It's a different climate. It's a different climate. So my question to you is, as we move forward in preparation for this coming school year, just as we talk about the budget, not waiting until the spring, what's going to happen in August or July to prepare for the coming school year so that we won't have this type of stress and that our children will not be second guessing themselves? We have students from Armstrong that are getting over a program on Sunday, what's today, Monday? Saturday, the children that are in the leadership program, hundreds of thousands of dollars in scholarship. They've already been accepted. So they know who they are, they know what they're capable of doing, but we don't want to leave anybody's child behind, because that one that may not have someone to speak up for him or is not in a special program such as that. So what's going to be in place as we prepare for this coming school year to make sure that we don't have to go through, we'll get better rather than keep regressing? Because, and thank you, if I may, to our guidance counseling team, and I think the world of them, and we've been on the phone, and I've been over there back and forth, and they are resilient. I mean, these people are there late at night, Sundays included. So I'd like to publicly thank them for all of their hard work, and that's, you know, Armstrong has a great reputation. Greatness. I need not go through the list because we all know. But we still continue, as stated earlier, our salutatorian is going to UVA, I believe. But he had choices to go wherever he so desired. And he was just one of many. So we just want to be mindful of publicly putting in the media as well, okay? For those persons that are here, that the best is yet to come, and don't second doubt us. But we, as the adults responsible for them, must also make sure that we're sending that same message. So my question again is, have you had a chance to get with those counselors or meet with them as a whole to move forward in a constructive manner, that we don't wait until April or May to say, you're not up to speed per se, you know, it's not right now about whose fault it is, it's about moving forward and putting in place best practices.
Sure. Well, first, I want to acknowledge that, as I said last time, there is work to be done at every level, and there's work to be done at this, like, systematically, because the challenges can be found, they're intersected in every possible way. And we talked last time about at the division level, one of the first things we have to do is create better systems and better data and better tools to support counselors so that the work that they're doing is not so manual, and it frees up time for them to do what they do best, which is counseling and advising students rather than record keeping. And as a division, we have not made that easy for our counselors. We have produced, and we'll get to this at the next presentation, we have not provided an accurate program of studies. We have not provided accurate course codes. Those are things that really live at the division level. And that makes it extremely difficult for counselors to then do at the school level when they are following guidance that is not correct or is frankly just wrong, flat out wrong. So first and foremost is, as a division, I mean, we'll give this a minute, but getting the program of studies right is really a keystone to fixing this challenge. That's one. Two is partnering with our counselors over the summer. Though there's a sort of brain trust, if you will, of counselors who are working with my team to provide input, ideas, and we'll continue to do that work over the summer to determine, based on everything we've learned this year, what are the best ways that we can support you and what tools can we create for you. So I'm eager and excited to take on that work and hear directly from our counselors about that work. And then the third piece is, there's a couple of specifics. We will be doing a 3-day sort of counselor, I would say, school counseling academy along with high school principals, APs, and counselors. Again, because this work does not in any way live or die with our counselors. They're the ones who are on the front lines, but all of our school leaders and our division leaders need to make sure that we're aware of requirements, have our eye out for things that may look off, etc. So we'll have a 3-day training in late June where we'll cover some of these issues that were in the transcript audit along with the BDOE as our lead partner on that training. We will also have, throughout the summer, there will be a time where the BDOE joins our schools for a sampling, if you will, of senior schedules, rising senior schedules against their transcripts, just to ensure that any of those issues we identified have been caught on the front end. And again, so we know that scheduling is going to take a little longer, but we believe scheduling will be accurate. So those are some of the specifics that way. The third thing I would say is we have what's called an on-time graduation process. That's a pretty significant process that our counselors, many of our counselors were part of creating along with some other division staff and with the DOE before my time. And so when I say we're creating tools to help counselors, we will have protocols by month where we bring our counselors together. And again, we want work to be done in service to enable our schools to have information rather than our schools having to spend time collecting information. We want our schools to have information that they can act upon rather than having to report it, if that makes sense. So that is our focus.
Mr. Young, then Ms. Burke, and then Ms. Cosby.
She may reciprocate and let Cheryl go first.
One last question. Thank you so much. I love the idea of the monthly plan. I think that makes a difference. But my concern still is regarding our students, because they have a responsibility in this, and they're depending upon us. But there should be a check and balance system in place for our children. I know we're having the academy in 9th grade and 6th grade or whatever, but also for our rising juniors or rising seniors. They too need to have something documented or something online so that we're all on the same page. We're talking right now about each counselor having, 400 some odd children each?
250.
Or 2 something for, yeah, that's still a lot. That's still a whole lot. So what I'm asking is if there is a checklist going to that, an instrument that every student would have, so that when you become a junior or a senior, you already, everything's in place. It should be updated ongoing as things change, requirements change. But I'd like to see the students, just like they get a report card, they should also have something else to show them. And that's documentation as well.
And that's something that a lot of our counselors do already provide. Each school has a slightly different approach, but you'll see they're called graduation plans. They're called progress to graduation, graduation contracts. Each of our counselors have something like that when our seniors come in. But to your broader point, having something codified for every single year, and something that we are beta testing a progress to graduation report that will pull by student data against their transcript to say these are the things that need to happen in order for you to graduate on time. And so that's an example of something that can be easily accessed for both students and counselors and families and principals. So that is one example of, to your point, something students can touch and feel. I think also, again, many of these practices exist in different ways in our schools, but really codifying this will happen no matter what. So the practices that must happen. So at the end of freshman year, we know research shows that if a student fails a class freshman year, they are 1,200% likely to not graduate high school in time, just one class. So we can identify a process, in the summer to catch those kids and say, okay, baby, you failed one class, let's figure out how to make sure you're back on track. And again, that's something a lot of our counselors do individually, but how can we batch those things? I think the third thing is, in talking with our counselors, I know that they are asking for more support to invest our students in the full process. And they are dealing with some of the challenges that I think counselors face when students are reluctant to have to sit for another test or things like that. So we've just begun having those conversations, and I'm eager to dig in with counselors about how we can influence the student side of this. So I don't have a specific answer, but how we engage and make our students knowledgeable is at the top of the list for our summer counselor conversations, outside of the specific tools that I just mentioned.
I just hope it's consistent across the board.
Exactly. Yes, absolutely.
Across the board.
Mr. Young, Ms. Cosby?
I'll be really brief because you just addressed my question. Cheryl asked the same question, and I'm so pleased that you are beta testing. I had somebody share with me that Aspen actually has this capacity. We just haven't ever turned on the function in RPS. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I was told by a principal. So for what it's worth. But you already addressed Cheryl's question. That's how you provide the electronic means, and so it is consistent irrespective if you transfer schools 4 times, you have all the same data. That's all obvious. I just wanted to acknowledge your candor, Tracy, and your genuineness and authenticity, and I just so appreciate it, and it means a lot to, I'm sure, everybody up here and out there, but I just wanted to say it, so thank you.
Ms. Cosby, Ms. Gibson, and Dr. Sapini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for the updates with Armstrong, the information. And as my colleague Ms. Burke mentioned, the previous information did cause significant angst with the school and community members, a lot of the alumni from Armstrong. As Ms. Burke mentioned, with Armstrong does have a history of greatness. A very strong history here in Richmond. And so, but it's not just Armstrong. So I'm very much interested in receiving the information, just like you've provided us about Armstrong, all of our schools. And I do not want to wait until June 17th because graduation, when is our first graduation ceremony? June. Yeah, so it would be good to get that information, understanding as of such and such a date, this time stamp, get that. But I think it's very important, one, and second, also, you've given us kind of some broad context in terms of things that have been put in place. But for example, how many of our students are signed up for Edgenuity right now in order to get them over the hump, in order to ensure that they graduate. So things like that, how many of them have we given the extended day or tutoring in order to make sure that they can get caught up in time, so that we're not, so that there won't be that surprise element, and that we're fully aware and that we are tracking this along the way in a very truncated period of time. Understand that, but this is too important. I'm glad to hear that there are some increased processes, but would like to get additional information about what I would call just early alert systems that you're thinking of to discuss. Also, we're having a meeting tomorrow regarding our budget. I don't know if, right now you can tell us, if you can tell us, our counselors have said they need additional supports. Okay, so the additional supports is, have we already budgeted for those additional supports? Or are these things that we are discovering now that maybe we might need to put in and consider? And I would like to be able to consider that now, so that we are not going through this again, and we are giving people the supports that they need, so that they can be as effective as possible in servicing our young people, and we're not putting additional strain and stress on.
I appreciate the question and the opportunity to ask for more. I believe that if we staff the positions we have related in both our operating budget, our vacancies, and strategic plan, we will have sufficient capacity to really provide significantly more support than we currently are. So the question is, we need to staff. We have one vacancy that was recently opened up for a specialist role, and we have, as part of the strategic plan, an additional position that would enable more counseling support under the advanced programming side, but we imagine that more as a career counselor role, support role. So that would be a total of 3 dedicated staff around counselor support. I think you might have had another. In terms of the data request and beforehand, I'll defer to the will of the board. I have, again, very dynamic data and can share that, per the will of the board, with the understanding that it is highly likely to change, again, given the various factors and the denominators in terms of all the different categories. And let me just give you those as an example. Students in the governor's school, early graduates, transfers, private day, dropouts at the beginning of the year, dropouts during the year. They were classified as juniors based on credits, but they've now become seniors based on, say, accelerated work at PLC. So I'm happy to share all of that, but what I've learned is when we look at cohort data, meaning students who started high school 4 years ago, to really look at graduation rates, plus you also have your 5th and 6th year seniors. So students who may not have finished in 5th or 4 years, but counselors or schools have recovered those kiddos, or students who dropped out and came back. Schools get credit for it, if you will. And so I'm happy to share what we have, but I want to underscore that data is just highly dynamic. It has not been, we've scrubbed it to the best of our ability, but again, this is a very busy time of year. I have next steps on every single student, whether they're enrolled in a class, et cetera. I have not rolled those numbers up because we're focusing on making sure they meet the requirements, but we can certainly do that.
I was just going to say, I can appreciate that, I can, and I hope the administration can appreciate that those numbers were like heartbreaking. And we need some assurances. And we do have to track it. And so my colleagues, since it's now being presented as the will of the board, at least in terms of just, and we understand that the caveat is, yes, the numbers change. We get that. But we're looking at trends. We would just want to continue to see that upward tick that we have seen with Armstrong. And we want to know what's going on at the other schools and where we are. Because having additional surprises, and you want to be, we need the information. That's my take on it.
One thing I'm happy to do that. I want to be really clear that in acknowledging the challenge with the Armstrong data, I want to make sure that what's not being lost is that we do very much have a problem, that it is June, the week before graduation, and we have many, many students who have not yet met the requirements. And so I don't want that. I want to both acknowledge And I just want to make sure I'm really clear. I want to both acknowledge the harsh truth and also the optimism that we will prevail. So, and that's not counter to anything that you've said, Ms. Burke. I just want to make sure that I haven't overshadowed that challenge as well.
Ms. Gibson, Dr. Sapini, and Ms. Carlson, and Ms. Burke.
Thank you. So yes, I'd like to, I'm thankful for those comments, and I want to reiterate what Ms. Cosby shared. I think that given the fact that there was so much confusion and frankly typos on the document, I think it's incumbent upon us to provide, and I understand that it's dynamic, and this is kind of reiterating what I had said as we were talking about construction. I think it is our responsibility to keep folks up to date as information coming out, and particularly when there are corrections to be made. I think that is important to do. I think that as we talk about this data being dynamic, I am more understanding of bids coming in and things being dynamic. But I think it should be our goal that next year it is not dynamic.
Absolutely.
And that we are getting these updates as a board, continuously, so that this is something that we can measure and track, and that it's presented in such a way that is clear and easy for the public to be able to digest. Because, and this is where I work in communications. This is something near and dear to me. But there is a science and an art to being able to provide documentation in a way that is clear for the public to understand. And sometimes, I think we lean on less information because we think that that's easier. But sometimes I think that it kind of goes the other way. And so I encourage us to continue to reevaluate how we're presenting this information, and of course ensuring its accuracy. So my request this evening is that, not just, I don't want there to just be a verbal kind of run through the numbers where everybody's kind of quickly trying to write it down. I would really appreciate a document that's got the information that the public has access to as well.
Dr. Sapini.
Thank you. Thank you for coming back and sharing the update, clarifying. And definitely, I also want to thank you for acknowledging just the tremendous amount of work that every single one of our counselors do, because they do an exceptional job. Also, while everyone, I guess, was focused mostly on the first two columns, I cannot, in good conscience, not think about the last two columns, because what are we doing for them? Because even if it was one student, I'd be concerned. Because while there's many reasons why students may be on those two columns, it's still too many. And so I'm looking to find out what are we doing to support, communicate to the families, retain and encourage these students that are in those two columns.
Yeah, I'm also deeply concerned about them. So the really first and foremost, the most immediate thing is to ensure students are signed up for summer school. So I think that's the first thing, and that they understand how summer school can advance their path to graduation, either in July or in the 1920 school year. So that's priority one right now. The second is, there's approximately about 118 that 2 weeks ago were on that. I need to, when that number gets final, in terms of what I would say, not like basically on track to graduate in 1920 to be a fifth year senior. When that number is finalized, we will have a special process, a special tracker for those particular students throughout the summer. And so we will work with each school to identify who is the person at the school level who is that kiddo's champion, if you will. And then that is data that we will be collecting at the division level so that we can see, so September 4th, how many of those kids came back. And the ones that didn't, that week, somebody is out there, home visits, figuring out what's going on with that kiddo. That's, to your point, one is, even one would not be appropriate. We know that as a division, we know that our graduation rate is not where it needs to be and where it should be based on what our kids can do. But we do have the benefit of size. And so that number will be fewer than 100 students. And so we should be able to mentor, coach, support, if needed, cajole, inspire less than 100 students to make sure that they do not drop out and they do graduate as a fifth-year senior.
With all our schools, how many more counselors do we need?
That is.
And who's any? How many more do we need?
At the high school level. So one of the things we need to do in the coming year is figure out what are all the things that are pulling counselors away from counseling. And how do we make sure, I mean, as you know, first it's the right thing to do. It's also, will soon be signed into law around, what's the law, that it goes into effect next year, the year after next, I believe, is that counselors need to spend 80% of their time counseling. We need to figure out, for example, I learned over the last week that historically our school counselors were not responsible for doing all the transcript. When a student transferred in, they historically were not responsible, somebody else did all that paperwork. And when a student transfers, particularly given a high mobility rate in a division like ours, that is an extreme amount of paperwork and follow-up that our counselors have to run down. And so, Mr. Barlow, you asked last time about the system operators roles. I wasn't here for the genesis of that, but I know Mr. Simmons and team have been working to evaluate those functions. And so that might be something we look at to say, how do we automate the transfer of records process so that that's not something counselors are getting pulled into. They're validating the transcript from, or transfer records from what courses does the student need to take here, and how do we make sure they're set up and they're transferring in, for example. So we need to answer that to figure out how many more. I'm sure that any one of us would say that there's not a magic ratio for counselor to students, but we know that it's probably higher than it needs to be at the majority of our comprehensive high schools. I think the other thing to note is that our specialty schools, where there typically is just one counselor, those counselors also tend to have additional responsibilities because there may not be an AP, there may not be a testing person, and so even the counselors at our specialty schools with a smaller load have additional responsibilities. So that's a set of work we're doing over the next year to figure out how much is additional people versus how much is taking things off of our counselors' plate. So I'm sorry I can't give you a firm number right now, but I certainly anticipate that we'll need to add counselors in the 2021 school year.
Ms. Cosby and Ms. Burke. I wanted to go back to I'm thinking back, years back, when we did have more people in place to assist counselors. And when budgets were cut at the school level, those positions were never replaced. So that's also at the elementary level as well as middle and high. So that's how things pretty much turned around for counselors having to do the jobs of many. And that's most unfortunate because we see where it is guiding us. What my question is in regards to the General Assembly, and Mr. Cameron, maybe you can help me with this. The General Assemblies, I know we asked for millions, but I think it was just 12 million passed for the school counselor's position. Have we got anything? Is that for this coming school year or the? It did pass, I thought. Yeah, it did pass. It did pass. And it's school counselors, they're not calling the guidance counselors, it's school counselors. I don't want us to miss that opportunity. And that goes back to what Dr. Sapini was just asking as well. For 12 million for the whole state of Virginia is not a lot at all. However, it's more than what we currently have. So I don't want us to miss out on that opportunity. From what one of the delegates just stated at a symposium, that each school system should be privy to having school counselors in addition to the guidance counselors. So I just want us to find out when is that going to go? Is it for this school year coming up or the next one after that or what? And if so, we don't want to get left out of that because we need the help.
We'll certainly explore that and report back.
Thank you.
whatever.
Ms. Crosby?
Thank you. And also, as we're talking about that, you know, we just have to be mindful. There are two different things, right? So school counselors, counseling students, as opposed to necessarily tracking my educational career path. And how do we supplement that? So yes, we'll have additional school counselors, but making sure that we have enough resources for, to make sure that our students have the support to be tracked along the way. And in terms of their classes and all of that. So I think that's very, right, the guidance is critical as well. So we do have to look at that in terms of additional resources. Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't my question. I'm sorry. That wasn't my question. So I would tell you this. I am, you know, I see in the plan that there's additional professional development for the leadership, the APs, principals, guidance counselors. But also, you know, I kept thinking about this after our last presentation, and it's just baffling to me because during that presentation, it was stated that the VDOE looked at our transcripts multiple times. For our seniors, I think if you were
At least 8.
At least 8. So there's I'm trying to figure this out. If there was that level of scrutiny, the verified credits, the additional coursework, where was this disconnect, especially with the VDOE? So when we're talking about supports from the state level, they are monitoring, et cetera. So I guess my question is, we're talking about our systems, but also at the state level, what are the systems too? Because there's a disconnect. If you review something 8 times, nothing, you know, I don't get it.
Well, I will say the process, I think going into it, I think there was a thought that it would be sequential and step by step. And every time there was one issue identified, an additional group issue would be identified. So for example, the verified credits weren't populating. Okay, was that a technology issue? Oh wait, students don't have verified credits. Why is that? Wait, there's not a process for validating the verified credits. So then it turned into every sort of thing you picked up. So I think the process turned iterative very quickly. And I think I believe the DOE would concur with this, is I don't think we could have anticipated how iterative the process had to become because of the range of issues that were uncovered with each. Again, I talked about this iceberg. I think initially was thinking, if we fix this up on the surface, we fix everything. That's a cosmetic. But in fixing the cosmetic, it revealed the things under the surface. I certainly think that, I'm not sure that this has ever been done in the history of the state of Virginia. Certainly not been done in my career in any other state. So I'm also sure that were the DOE or RPS to design this process again, there certainly would be things that we would do differently. But I would, that's where I would understand that question, and I think it's much more iterative than we realized, which then led to it taking much longer and really dominating so much of the time and energy. And I wish I could say that that wasn't the reality, but that is where we are.
Ms. Gibson?
Well, if we're at the end of this item, if there are other people that want to speak specifically to this item, my comment is more regarding the...
Do you have a question or?
I would like to ask a question at the end of this agenda item.
No, go ahead and ask the question, and Mr. Barlow.
Okay, so yeah, so I guess, well, it's kind of an unconventional thought, but I recognize that it's like 10 o'clock in the evening, and there are a lot of folks here, and I suspect there are folks that are interested in Camelot and SCORE, and I'm wondering if there are other agenda items that folks really want to hear, and if it's possible to even do a show of hands and then move things up, because if I was a parent sitting out there or a student, I'd be
Yes,
eager
we don't do that. This is the will of the board if we want to make adjustments, and we did that in the beginning. So if we have a question related to this question, to this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Barlow.
I so enjoy spending time with you guys, and I don't want you to think otherwise, but we are at hour 4 of the meeting, and we have 13 agenda items left. So with that in mind, I would request that we move forward with any remaining action items, and then come to a determination of whether informational items need to be covered at this meeting, because I think this causes issues not only for board members' blood sugar, but also for the public's attention. And I want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to weigh in and actually pay attention through what we're discussing.
Board members?
I think that's
Ms. Gibson?
I think that's a fantastic idea.
Board members? Are we here?
Yes.
Sounds like the member here's done.
Right, and because I think this is a critical topic, and I think the expectations of the board has been clearly articulated as far as next steps and what we expect to receive as far as the data, information, processes to ensure that our students have the supports in place to be successful, as well as supporting our counselors.
We'll give you a date update this week.
Ms. Burke?
So my question is, going back to what Ms. Cosby asked, on Sunday we have Armstrong and John Marshall. John Marshall. So that means on this Friday, we'll have data in place, so we'll know before we go to the Altria what the
Yes.
numbers would be. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Today is technically what we call certification day,
Okay.
where counselors provide their list. Obviously, since some students are doing additional testing and additional LABCs were awarded today, they're updating that over the next couple of days.
Because they can test up until the day of their graduation.
That'll be 11th hour, I mean, right up to the end.
Right, so the
So some,
numbers switch.
yeah.
Okay, very good.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I'll put that on Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So, with regards to board members' requests, we have action items, starting with 5.11. So we could do all 5 action items. Do 5.15. Consent agenda. Yes, so board members, are we ready to proceed? Sorry, let's get to the action items.
So the first item is 5.11, receive for action a request for authorization for the superintendent to hire during the months of June, July, and August 2018.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mr. Young and seconded by Ms. Burke to approve the request to authorize the superintendent to hire during the months of June, July, and August 2019. Any discussion? Call the question.
Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Abstain?
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Sapini? Ms. Cosby? Abstain. Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Next item.
Your next action item is to receive for action a recommendation regarding Camelot.
As shared us at our previous board meeting, their recommendation of the administration is to renew the Camelot contract for the 2019-20 school year.
Ms. Owen?
I move that we approve the recommendation of the administration to approve the Camelot contract for this additional year.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Owen and seconded by Ms. Burke to approve the recommendation regarding Camelot. Any discussion? Mr. Barlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this point, I'm not prepared to, or I don't plan to vote for the Camelot contract. I don't want this to be confused with any of our students or faculty members or families to be confused about the fact that I support that we have an alternative school and that we have programs to support these students. But I have expressed some reservation in the past, as have others, about whether Camelot is the best partner for us moving forward. At this point, my preference would be to work towards bringing a self-managed in-house solution for our alternative school.
Call the question. Ms. Gibson?
I'm thankful that I'll have some company this year. I remain concerned, as I mentioned in the last meeting, and just want to reiterate that, given the discussions that we have about how critical every dollar is, I question the ability for for-profit organizations to be able to deliver both meet the needs of students and deliver a profit to shareholders. And so I too will not be voting in support of renewing the contract.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. The motion was made by Ms. Owen and seconded by Ms. Burke to approve the recommendation of the administration to extend the Camelot contract through option year 3.
Call the question.
Mr. Barlow?
No.
Ms. Gibson?
No.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Cosby?
Yes.
Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Mrs. Dorr?
Yes.
Mrs. Page?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
Next item.
The next item is 5.13, receive for action the Student Code of Responsible Ethics. Your score.
All right, I am, good evening, everyone. I'm presenting as Harry is at the Thomas Jefferson panel this evening. He'll be here around 10:30. So thanks, we to the board 2 weeks ago to allow opportunity for feedback from board members and the public over the last 2 weeks. The chart summarizes the feedback and revisions based on that feedback. So I'll just briefly go over. We received feedback about allowing sandals. We have updated the language to allow sandals with the caveat that you should wear athletic shoes in gym and that caution should be taken at recess. And you'll see updated language on page 22. We've updated language to clarify parental notification around dress code violation in an effort to minimize any disruption to the instructional day, such that notification should happen at the end of the day. You'll see that on page 23. We heard earlier from our colleagues around introducing policies allowing the use of chosen name and pronoun. We'll work with Janelle to introduce formal board policy for your review to enact this. We will use the 2019-20 school year to assess our facilities and make updates to ensure gender-neutral bathrooms are in place division-wide in 2021. So I just want to call out that those two things are not in the score, but then are things that we'll be working on with the board as a division-level policy. There are two recommendations that we did not recommend making changes to. The first was the complete prohibition of cell phones in schools. We do have a current cell phone policy, which you'll see on pages 24 and 25, which we recommend maintaining. It outlines a differentiated policy based on grade band and the consequences related to that. And then there had been a recommendation that wanding of students only occur by same-sex security personnel. We do not recommend applying the same-sex provisions to wanding. It's a non-intrusive search and may not align with all of our staffing abilities right now. There are some policies outlined in the score for which we do require same-sex security personnel. I'll also note that there were a couple of formatting issues that I want to apologize for that happened in the iteration where some headers were deleted, which may have made it difficult to track some of the changes, and a big thank you to Linda who pointed out a couple of typos throughout. Those will be corrected with her wonderful eagle eye. Those will be corrected in an updated version, which certainly we can bring back to the board for one last eye, or much like we did with the calendar in the past, with your permission, have made those updates and can move forward with approval for your vote this evening.
Ms. Owen, and then Dr. Sapini.
I really still have a problem with the cell phone. The fact that we say elementary students can have their cell phones, but they can't be turned on. My experience with elementary students must be different from somebody else's. My experience with elementary students is if they have their cell phone and they just put it on their little desk and play their game. I mean, and they take it with them in the bathroom and they take it to the cafeteria. And I would still prefer to see that, and I know it's a problem because what do we do with them? But I would prefer that students don't have cell phones on them in elementary school. I don't understand exactly, I don't see the rationale here for this refusal to make that change. Because I think we really did sort of say in the group that principals and the teachers and the parents on the group sort of mostly felt, yeah, tell them they can't have.
I think, and I wasn't on the group, so I first referred to you and just stepping in here, was that potentially the stored and outside could also be in backpacks, not necessarily in the desk, and that some parents did want their child to have a cell phone available.
Well, if it was required to be in the backpack, And so that if the kid has it in his desk, or has it in his pocket, or has it in his hand, the teacher can put it in the backpack or keep it till the end of the day and then put it in the backpack. A backpack, every kid has a backpack. Yes, they all do, because we make sure they all do. But to say they can have them on them all the time, to me, is more trouble happening than it's worth.
So I know there are strong feelings about this, and I certainly respect your perspective on this, Ms. Owen, and I know Mr. Young has raised this as well. I do want to note that this is a far more complicated issue than it appears on the surface. Families have many different reasons for their children carrying cell phones, and while I generally agree with everything you just said, I do think a change like this, and frankly we should look at it beyond elementary school, requires deep engagement with our families and our students. This ranges from, I will share some things that I have heard over my career talking with parents. Custody battles, and one parent wanting a child to have the phone on them at all times because of a fear, and I'm just sharing my own experience, of kidnapping by another parent. Serious medical issues, parents concerned that a child may not be able to call 911 immediately or to reach out to them, amongst many other issues. And so I want to be sensitive to the fact that this is an issue, but I don't believe that this is the issue that is holding us back at the elementary school from making a big leap forward academically. And so I would ask the board's grace to give us next year to really deeply explore this issue, look at best practices from around the country. We're not the first school division to have kids with cell phones. Spend the time with our families, spend the time with our kids to really figure it out and come up with a robust set of policies for cell phone use all the way elementary, middle, and high school. I know that's not what some of you wanted to hear, but I also beg of the board an understanding that we just finished a really important conversation about graduation. And I'm now going to task the team to do a whole lot of work over the next 5 days to make sure that we're able to provide the data that you rightly should have. That is going to be an all hands on deck effort. I do not want to have to task them to figure out a cell phone policy over the next 2 weeks. And so I certainly appreciate the concern. I just am asking for grace from the board so that we can prioritize in this extremely stretched thin time, and out of true partnership with our families and our students, given the complexity of the issues related to cell phone use.
Ms. Burke, then Ms. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a confession to make. Years ago, when the score was in place and the decision came up to have cell phones in schools, I was one of the persons that pushed for that. And it went back to a personal situation that took place where my son was left at school and everybody left. And the times the teacher let people out early was for some program. So he stayed outside waiting for us for about 30 minutes, as hot as it was. So on that day, we bought cell phones. So, but I also understand as a principal, most of our students had beautiful cell phones, but they need to keep them in their backpacks. So that goes back also to what's expected in each school and the school's climate as well. I'm thinking about one of the high schools that's in the 3rd district. There's just one, I told you what school it is. That particular teacher would have all her students, when they walk into the door, they put their cell phones in a bin. and she would give it back to them as they left. But she is the type of teacher that they respected her and they connected with her. So there are provisions that maybe we can put in place. And now also thinking in terms of student safety, so much is going on around the world, period. I would feel better as a parent that my child has his or her cell phone. Now, the smart thing about it is we could really use cell phones for instructional purposes. So if we ever got to that point, that's something to think about. Yeah, that's something to think about, because most children do have a cell phone. I could tell you a book on that.
Which does occur in some classes.
Yes.
Mr. Young, Dr. Subpoena, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. But like Linda, I'm very, very concerned about this, and I've had principals tell me that all of their problems originate from cell phones. But I don't need to belabor. Well, you know, I mean, I would remind. So I have a friend. Her name is Ann Moss Rogers. She's a constituent. She's a really amazing lady, and she left her awesome career in marketing to stand up a nonprofit, and she speaks to, I've had her come down to VSU and speak to the number one cause, I'm quoting her correctly, the number one cause for death for preteen girls is suicide, and it's increased 300%, and everyone attributes it to the fact that persons are looking at what a wonderful supposed facade life somebody else has, sharing the pictures. So I'm very concerned with it. And I'm not so naive as to think that obviously we can address all of that within the context of a school day. Obviously we can. But I am also mindful of the superintendent's request. I would, and Madam Chair, I'm going to look for your direction on this, if this is the appropriate time, but I would like to make a motion that we direct our superintendent and staff to do just that. Specifically, perhaps to put together, to do just what he said, put together a committee, a task force to come back with recommendations by no later than the second semester, ideas that we can adopt. And I would also agree, I don't think it's relevant to just elementary, but middle and high school too. So that'd be my recommendation. I'm prepared to make that as a motion if the time is, if it's appropriate.
So I'm not sure if it warrants a motion if the superintendent just said what you said at administration.
It could be incorporated into next year's score.
The task of administration.
Yes, you don't need a motion. We are intending to do so. We will put together as part of the working group for the score next year to specifically tackle all of these questions related to cell phone use, elementary, middle, and high.
Dr. Subpoena and Ms. Gibson.
Thank you. I agree, and I have a solution. I've shared with a couple board members, and I believe, Jason, I did mention it to you, pertaining to the cell phones. I believe it's the school on Portsmouth that they either have this or they have something. But I would like to, the board can direct our attorney to check into the FCC guidelines and policy pertaining to cell phone jammers that could be used in the facilities. And so that would force the students to go to their teachers or the office when they need to make a call. But in case of an emergency, when especially as you mentioned, after school, when they get out of the building, then they can use it without a problem.
I do remember you sharing that, and this is precisely the kind of thing we'd want to explore and understand how it works, what the costs are, what the advantages, disadvantages, and I think we'd be in a better position next year to be able to fully lay that out and put something in front of the board thoughtful.
Ms. Gibson and Ms. Dorr.
Thank you. I want to first note that there are a lot of aspects of the revisions that I'm very pleased with, and I would be remiss not to note that my daughter would feel the same way, who has basically been wearing her Birkenstocks and feeling like, well, if anyone says anything, I will say, look at Miss, because, you know, the teachers wear them. And so, so I think that, you know, things like that. And really, I mean, for a 13-year-old to be as concerned as she is about, and this is, you know, I mean, she doesn't break the rules. And so the level of anxiety that she feels about being dinged on the length of her shorts or whether or not she's got the right shoes on, you know, kids have certainly so much stress that this is not something that we need to have the additional burden, I think. So, so I'm really thrilled about that, and I'm also very thrilled about the revised language as it pertains to gender and our transgender students, and I think that I'm eager to move forward with the policy changes to reflect those things. I mean, I think we would be remiss not to acknowledge the major decision that happened by the Supreme Court, and so I think that, you know, this type of conversation is overdue. All of that said, I am not prepared to vote to adopt the new document. At this point, for me, the concerns are really just in the clarity of the presentation. I think that's the core concern I have. I mean, as a parent reading the document, you know, the rules about the bus, it's in like 5 different places in the document, and the fact that the lack of section headers is certainly a part of that, but ultimately the language is just not very clear, and as I mentioned earlier, you know, it pertains to the graduation piece, and I was thankful that for the speaker from LAGC that spoke about the clarity of the language. It is imperative that this document is very clear, not just for parents that are trying to understand what the rules are, but also for teachers as well and staff. And I think I can speak from personal experiences as a parent and also as a school board member, hearing the input of parents about, truthfully, a lack of consistency in terms of how those policies and rules are executed. And I think it behooves us to make sure that that the language is very clear. So I would say, at a minimum, as it pertains to cell phone usage, for instance, that right now, not only, you know, is there, I think, a lack of consensus at this point in terms of whether what the policy is, but even just in terms of understanding the language, it's simply unclear whether it's allowed or not allowed by the way that it's been outlined at this point. So I think that we can do better in terms of making sure that the language is clear. Like, there's all these different categories. That was another thing. Like, you know, there's like 3 categories. There's the categories, and then there's the levels. And then as I was reading it, like, I wasn't clear why the dress code violation falls into category B, and does it matter if it's in, like, what? So it just seems it's very complicated. And so I just want to make sure that our goal is to create a document that that is very clear and explicit. And then I think one like tiny detail too is one thing that I noticed as I was reading the document from both the head of, you know, the mindset of a parent and a member of the board, is it seems to put a lot of onus of responsibility onto parents. Particularly, like, so if your kid gets suspended, it's your responsibility to make sure they get their homework. And I feel like as a district, we want our kids to succeed. And what is it? I think it's if we want to see scores improve, and we want every student to improve, like, and people, people keep saying it starts at home. Well, yes, it starts at home, but like, I can't control the home. So what can we do to help parents who are trying to manage a student that may have extra supports or need extra support? What can we do so that if a student's suspended, that we're making the effort that we can make to ensure that they have the homework that they need? That's just an example. Thank you.
Ms. Dorr?
I want to thank the SCORE committee and Ms. Owen again for her work. I realize that change takes time, and the SCORE is infinitely better this year than it was last year, and I'm really excited to see what we do next year. Particularly grateful for the additional protections for our LGBTQ plus youth. I believe that this helps set a tone for culture across the district, and I know that these changes will help our youth start to feel that they should feel affirmed, respected, and supported. So with all of that, I move to accept SCORE for 2019-2020. To approve.
Need a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Dorr and seconded by Ms. Owen to approve the student code of responsible ethics SCORE. Any discussion? Mr. Barlow, then Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do plan to vote for SCORE this year, but I do this with the understanding that we still have a lot of work to do. And I really appreciated hearing from Ms. Powell from the Legal Aid Justice Center earlier. I think she brought up some very important points, some areas in particular that RPS continues to struggle. We certainly need to increase our emphasis on some of these root cause issues with student behavior. So we need to be looking at more trauma-informed care practices and restorative justice practices. But having been on the board as long as I am, I understand that those types of efforts take a lot of resources and time to implement as well. So my hope is that we continue to build to a better SCORE document. I know that we have a lot of work to do, but I think we're capable of doing it at this rate. And I am also really glad to see increased responsiveness to our students of our LGBTQ plus students, and I think that's wonderful, and hope that we can continue to build on this progress moving forward.
Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to vote no on the policy because it will allow boys to compete on girls' sports teams, and I don't think that's fair, and I don't think that's common sense. Thank you.
That's not to belabor the point, because I know it's late and we want to be respectful colleagues as well as members in the audience. But Mr. Hughes, can you speak to the makeup of the committee?
How was everybody?
As far, the feedback and...
Absolutely. The makeup of the committee included our East End principals. So we had David Peck from Chimborazo, Annette Dabney from Martin Luther King, and Lily Bell from Armstrong. We had Robin Dalton and Ron Begod, our manager of school culture and climate, Linda Owen, Bilal Ahmed in the back, member of our security team, Betsy Milburn, Betsy Milburn, parent liaison, Anthony Walker, who's head of our special education department, our special education department. Am I missing anybody? Yeah, there was an attendant. Oh, Sade Harris was also on the panel as well as an attendance liaison. So it was a very mixed group, yes.
Right.
There were about 15 individuals. Yes, from all aspects of RPS.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Barlow?
Just a quick question. I'd be curious to know whether we could incorporate more feedback from the Legal Aid Justice Center. I understand that there's some legal entanglements at this point, but I think they'd bring a value perspective, and would love to see if we could incorporate some of their feedback moving forward.
Call the question.
The motion was made by Ms. Dorr, seconded by Ms. Owen to approve the Student Code of Responsible Ethics for 2019. Mr. Barlow?
Yes.
Ms. Gibson?
Yes, and I would like to record, I'm sorry, I'm voting no, but I would like the record to show that I do support the changes as it relates to our gender and LGBTQ students. Thank you.
Mr. Young?
No.
Dr. Sapini?
Yes.
Ms. Cosby?
Yes.
Mrs. Burke?
Yes.
Ms. Owen?
Yes.
Ms. Dorr?
Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
The next
Thank
item.
you.
Next item.
The next item is 5.1. 5.14, receive for action the local studies.
Oh, we already did. Okay, sorry, I thought we were doing the locally awarded.
The local studies.
The local studies.
We neglected to amend the agenda, that's not a real,
There's no such thing. 5.15, receive for action the personnel action. Sorry.
Good evening again, Madam Chair and school board members. The recommended talent office actions for the school board meeting scheduled for Monday, June 3rd, 2019 include the change of contract of 16 employees, the resignations of 22 employees, the furlough of 9 employees, the returning from leave of 2 employees, the retirement of 8 employees, the non-renewals of 14 employees, and the name change of 1 employee. Need a motion?
Regarding this as well as the other employment actions that are HR actions and clarifications. Next item. Next item to vote on is under item 7, your consent agenda. 7.01 is to receive for action board travel and district activity request. Mrs. Burke is requesting $300 for Armstrong, Bellevue, Chimborazo, George Mason, Franklin, Woodville, and Fairfield, for a total of $2,100. I have it. It's priority 3 of the school culture. Action 3.6, joy celebrate students and staff success to include certificates and celebrations. Mrs. Gibson wanted to donate $380 to the following schools to purchase lost in school for principal and assistant principals and school counselors at John Marshall, Henderson, Park, Barack Holton, Carlton Community, and Administrative Dean at Leland, and she wants to give $291 to John Marshall, Henderson, Park, Barack Holton, Carlton, and Community to purchase library books and library-related materials for a total of $3,331. Dr. Sapini is giving $593 to administrative teenagers Lakewood with Patrick Henry, CEA, Mount Lakewood, and Smartsburg for the academic needs of the teachers and students, and $593 care PTA for a total of $5,930. This is paid, but I can give $700 to Board, Oakwood, Bunny, and Bouchard, and Blackwood under committee. For a total of $2,800. Ms. Cosby would like to give $633 to Overby Shepherd for the end-of-year teacher appreciation awards and student end-of-year program.
$1,000 to replenish Richmond for the I Have a Dream Festival, and $700 to NRK for youth towards an awards program for each grade level, for a total of $2,333. And the store is giving $1,466 to Abraham and TJ. For women, and it's today's PTAs, I'm sorry. Your motion. I move that we accept the request dismissed. Second. It's been moved by Ms. Swift and seconded by Ms. Cosby to approve the district activity request as presented. Any discussion? Call the question. Mr. Bennett? Yes. Ms. Gibson? Yes. Mr. Young? Yes. Dr. Sapini? Yes. Ms. Cosby? Yes. Mrs. Bell? Yes. Ms. Allen? Yes. Mrs. Goodman? Yes. Mrs. Page? Yes. Motion passes 8-0. That includes the items that you have been read on. How do you like to go back to proceed with your agenda? We have, can I say suspend the city program next day? It's an impact. Set by 7-6, you see the program next day. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that this is something that we have to. Are there any items that we can push off another meeting? Can I just say we received them already, they're on board that, so if we don't need to take any action, maybe we can just say we're going to receive them. But no. Can I just clarify one thing? It is important for the board and the public to know vis-a-vis the program of studies. This is one important note. We're not asking for approval of it tonight. In fact, official approval, we're not asking for until later in the summer. But what I want the board and the public and our families and our students to know is that the DBUE has now affirmed the list of courses that we will be offering next year, which means
scheduling can begin. And so that is the important note. That list of courses is included in the document which has been uploaded for board docs. And I know that has been an issue of great concern for students, families, counselors, and so on. So that activity actually is now beginning. Master schedules are being built and so on and so forth. But the official approval of the whole program of studies will occur later in the summer once a whole set of accompanying information that the VDUE has requested, curricula, descriptions, additional academic policies that we're now going to add in, much of which has already been written, but the VDUE is reviewing other items and we'll bring it to you once it has all been reviewed and put together. But the key note is they have affirmed that these courses are good to go.
And it's a lot of courses.
So, Ms. Gibson, then I'm going to ask the superintendent for clarity.
So I think if there is any more information that can be provided just about the scheduling process and how that's going to work given like the end of the school year, that would be helpful to have in terms of student course selection and when does that start?
It's underway right now. So counselors and school have.
Dr. L.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll take it down. Middle schools received information this week. Today is Monday. So that has started at middle schools this week. So I imagine by the time it gets out to students, it might be this week or next week in terms of selection of elective courses in particular and or levels in terms of honors classes. High school principals received that course list, I believe, 2 weeks ago. High schools are in the middle of testing, so I'm not sure of the exact where every single high school is in the process, but counselors do have that information. And principals are working on the master schedule, and so course selection will, students will be able to request elective courses or level courses before they leave for the summer.
Thank you.
Board members, so, with regards to what the superintendent stated about the program of studies, but I think it's important that we get at least get a brief update on receiving the RTC schedule, update English language learners, and update on staffing and re-election list, which is important, is an important piece of the budget. And I think it's worthy, we're referring to, talking about our students. I think this is information that the board, we need to receive. So, okay, so, right, so the re-election list can be voted on tomorrow. Part of the budget, yes. And that has to do with the contract and the salary schedule. And that's on board docs. So are we in agreement to receive a brief update on RTC schedule, ELL, and staffing? Okay. Okay.
The brief update on the RTC schedule is as follows. We have a schedule on paper to get kids to and from RTC that doesn't work in reality. As a result, kids rarely get the full amount of time that is on paper at RTC, and sometimes they miss instructional time back at their home school. And so in essence, what we are proposing is that rather than have two chunks of 94 minutes for a total of 188 minutes, which is in essence 2 credits, at RTC, we recognize that getting that full amount of time is not actually fully possible given the intricacies of busing kids all around the city. And so instead, we would ensure that all kids have certainly a 94-minute block for which they could earn a credit. And then the remainder amount of time, and that could vary depending upon whether you're traveling to Armstrong or Marshall or George Wythe, would be allocated for an online course to give kids the opportunity to earn an additional credit. There might be 60 minutes for that, there might be 72, there might be 58, it all depends on the schedule, and all the schedules are there. This would only be online for electives, not core classes. This is a sort of half measure. I think more broadly speaking, we need to rethink CTE, we need to rethink how we use the technical center. So this is not the long-term solution, but we have to realize and confront the reality that given how much time it takes to bus kids around the city, the schedule as it is written on paper just isn't accurate. And so we're just trying to marry reality with, or just try to live up to reality while also preserving the opportunity for kids to get that extra credit in an innovative way through an online course, which they could continue at their home school or in other venues. But ideally, they would do at RTC during that buffer time. That's the sort of launch. I don't know what you're saying.
I just want to add the one caveat compliance with necessary guidelines for clock hours for that online course.
Ms. Carlson?
Yeah, I don't quite know what to think of it. I am pleased to hear that you say that this is just a short-term solution. Given the importance of CTE and the multitude of opportunities out there, so I am anxious to receive a plan regarding CTE, and just wanted to get a better understanding of when we could expect that plan. Because I think we talked about the Richmond Technical Center, and it's long been a point of discussion, and we've known that we probably are not doing our service. I mean, our students, providing them with the service that they really need, the CTE services that they really need to be successful, especially as we start talking about STEM careers, etc. So when are we looking to receive a detailed CTE plan?
That would be sometime next year.
So, question. Ms. Gibson, go ahead.
I just wanted to, I want to reiterate, I share Ms. Cosby's concerns. It seems, in general, I personally don't believe that online coursework is a suitable replacement for hands-on live teacher classes, and particularly for students this is a program that's all about hands-on learning, and so it just seems very contradictory that that such a large portion of that time will be in front of a screen. So I am concerned.
So I want to again reiterate, this is not our intention to move people to online courses. Of course, we would like to have as much time as we possibly can with the hands-on experience. We literally cannot come up with a schedule that can guarantee kids the 188 minutes that they need and transport them back to their home schools without infringing on instructional time there. So Mr. Hughes has literally driven between RTC and our various high schools at various times of the day to try to map out how many minutes it is. This is certainly not the ideal solution, but it is the one that we thought best meets our current constraints at this time. And we thought that this solution was better than continuing to, in essence, knowingly have students not in class for the amount of time that they should be in, and infringing on their instructional time or lunch or other things back at their homes. So again, not the ideal solution by any stretch of the imagination, but an imperfect compromise to try to address the current challenges.
Ms. Cosby, and Ms. Young.
I will just ask, and I know we have so many priorities. I would just ask that this is something, if we can get some type of plan or consideration by the end of this year, so that we can consider it for a budget discussion next year. As we talk about anti-poverty efforts here in the state of Virginia, specifically in Richmond, where we have 26% poverty rate and 40% of our children are in poverty. CT is extremely important, and it does provide another avenue, pathways to success in the middle class as we think about building the middle class. So I think it's very critical. We do have businesses that have moved into the area, and they are definitely looking for individuals who are well versed in STEM fields, and I hope that this will be a consideration for the next budget season. And also, as we think about a plan, also look at the multitude of grant opportunities and workforce that it would afford us, I believe.
Ms. Mill?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say, I know it's a big problem. It's a big problem in Huguenot, and it has a cascading effect. I mean, I've been told by folks there, they don't even feel like they can, chastise is the wrong word, but tell somebody be in class because they know that they're arriving late, and I mean, so there are all kinds of problems that are related to this issue. And I agree. I think we need. I mean, for one, I want to use that Altria building to do something really special there. I want to put all of our students on all of our high school students on gear teacher transportation to get directly there, so we're not busting them back. So so on this, I think I'm prepared to be patient because I think it's an opportunity to do something really big for the city.
Yeah, and I'll just say, if I may, my aspirations on CTE are grand. I too would like to potentially use that facility to create one of the nation's best diploma and certification granting standalone CTE schools in the country. You can't flip a switch and make that happen in the next 2 weeks. So I want to do this right. I want us to tap the expertise, the generosity, and the interest of the community to truly create a 21st century CTE center that will set our kids up, for those of whom want it, into middle class jobs, careers, along with a coordinated partnership with some of our community colleges so that there's a path to higher education. Close collaboration with our business community to ensure that employment isn't a hope, but a guaranteed reality. And not just thinking about the jobs of today, but really planning for those of the future. So there is, this is part of, in my view, Action 1.1, about creating these exciting, rigorous, secondary experiences that truly set up kids for career in college. And so it's why in the budget we have some capacity to help do all this thinking and planning and put forth a really thoughtful, bold, innovative answer to this very tough question. So please do not misinterpret my push for more time as anything other than I want to do this right, do it big, and that just takes them.
I just would like to echo my colleague Ms. Cosby said about this is critical. And yes, we have to do it right. As a parent, my kids experience the delay of transportation going back and forth from school to the tech center. And these are missed opportunities for our students that we need to get it right so that they can take advantage of the opportunities that will create, living for themselves, family. It's just so many opportunities because you look at studies say that there are more skilled jobs, then we have the bodies to fill them. So this is really important, and again, we gotta get it right. So thank you. Looking forward to the plan. Dr. Sakini?
How many programs are at the RTC?
How many programs? Sorry. I don't think I could answer that off the top of my head. Do you mean distinct programs? Distinct programs, or can you be more specific with your question?
How many programs do students go there for?
Well, we have 8 areas that range from marketing to business to electrical, HVAC. I mean, a whole host of.
Okay, no, I'm only asking because I'm just wondering how many of them could possibly be done at the local level,
So-
just to alleviate the number of students. Because I'm sure back in the day there was something called SHOP or whatever have you.
A number of courses are currently there are CTE courses that are offered at the home campus, in addition to the courses that are offered at RTC. I can follow up with the specifics. We have that, and I have that, I just don't have it handy, but I certainly can get that to you or look at my computer right now. We do have a list that makes that distinction. So for example, courses like HVAC would certainly only be available at RTC, but fashion marketing would typically be offered at the home school.
Right, even with HVAC, for example, if we partnered with, a couple of different businesses, the students can go there, which is possibly closer to their school than all the way to RTC.
And I'm certain that those are partnerships that we certainly want to develop as part of our Passion Pathways work. But the ability to do that between now and August, I would say, is rather limited. To answer your other question, on the board docs in the program of studies presentation, there's a list of all the courses that are offered for CTE. So you can get a sampling, and it's an extensive list. Again, I can forward along the distinction between what's offered at the home school versus RTC. But your idea is one that we certainly want to pursue as part of our strategic plan.
I feel that for many of our students, patience is not something that it's a luxury. And as Ms. Page just mentioned, once someone's done with CT, they can actually do a job that day. So that's, even if someone's going to college, still got to wait 4 years.
Thank you.
Any updates for 508 English language learners? Ms. Gibson?
When it's pushed, I would like to request that there's a document uploaded for this item as there are for other items, and ideally that the document also would be translated, because this was one I wasn't able to, I'm not sure. Could you at least give us like a hint as to what
Sure.
this was?
Yes, it was only going to be a verbal update, that's why there's no document. The very short story is that it appears we are doing a better job of counting our English language learner students now than has been done in the past. And as a result, it is likely that we would be due some extra money from the state, which we would be dedicated for ESL classrooms. I can't say much more than that because I just don't know much more than that. I don't have all the details, but it appears that RPS may have been undercounting its ELL students for quite some time. And we are now doing our very best to not do that anymore. And so it appears that there may be some number of 100 additional ELL students. If Dr. F would like to add anything.
I just think one important clarification, and the reason we don't yet have the written document is we are working to determine how much of this is an undercounting versus a growth or an increase in our newcomers. So we believe it's a combination, but the count in the fall was less than it should have been, and the count in the fall drives the revenue projections from the state in terms of the entitlement sheets. And so the spring count, we believe, reflects our current population, but that doesn't get updated till late summer, early fall. So Mr. Simmons and I are working to validate those numbers so that we can come back with an accurate a recommendation as to whether we would need to amend the budget based on those revenue projections so that we could hire ESL teachers now.
Staffing update.
Good evening again, Madam Chair and board members. Since the last board meeting, the percentage of vacancies filled has increased from 43 to 48%, despite an increase in the total number of vacancies that's due to licensure non-renewals. And with respect to that, our next, nobody asked, but the next staffing event is going to be held tomorrow, and we will have continuous staffing events until we are fully staffed.
Ms. Carlton.
When you say staffing event, so specific RPS fairs, I mean, what are you talking?
Interview days. So we have a number of applicants who have applied for our positions, and a number of hiring principals who have expressed interest in various candidates, and so we match them up at an event that's held at the Arthur Ashe Center, and our principals are able to interview numerous candidates all in one event, rather than numerous days, numerous applicants. So we're going to be scheduling those throughout the coming weeks, and the next one's tomorrow. With respect to the reduction in force, we actually had a representative from the State Virginia Employment Commission who wanted to address, in particular, the healthcare options that are being made available to those and affected employees who have not yet secured positions, but he actually had to leave because of the lateness of the hour. But anyway, in order to provide assistance to employees who have not yet found other positions within RPS, as was stated earlier this evening, the administration is proposing a severance payment of 1 week's pay for every 2 years of service, totaling approximately $400,000. And again, a note of thanks due to board member Mark Barlow for his help in drafting that proposal. Additionally, we're working with our partners, the Rapid Response Team at the Virginia Employment Commission, to provide either no cost or low cost or no cost health care coverage to those affected employees. For anybody that's interested, I have 2 sets of one-pagers on 2 of those health care offerings that are being made available to those employees.
Mr. Osby.
All right, so with that, so if you have an employee, let's say that the current position, let's say they're 11, and a new position that they're moving into 9 months. So would this cover the gap? Let's say, okay, this is in effect June 30th, but the new contract, which is hypothetical, won't pick up until August. So this will help cover that Okay.
For those employees that are being moved into vacancies, we are preserving their existing contract length, and so they're taking that with them to the new position. You said if they're on an 11-month contract and they have a new position that's a 9.5-month contract, so that the new position would just assume their current contract. So for the office associates and the custodians, nothing changes except for the actual location where they'll be working, so their
Let's
title.
say you have somebody who's account, I'm just going out here, this counselor who's not even a teacher. So I'm going from 11 months to 9.5.
So our vacancy placements are, you're talking about somebody applying for a new position, correct? Or are you talking about people that we have placed in current vacancies? Because there are two different scenarios. If you're applying for a new position as a RIF employee, then you're going to accept the parameters that come with that new position. Whereas if we're placing you in a position that's equivalent with the position you are vacating now, then you take the parameters with you. So your title remains the same, your contract length remains the same. I'm not sure from your expression, I don't know if I'm answering your question.
No, you're not. So essentially, thank you for that. So that's additional information that we didn't know, so thank you. But, so my basic question, so let's say that I'm in here, I applied for a teaching position, because there's a vacancy.
Yes.
So I'm willingly going to go from 11 months to 9.5. But is this the only way that what you presented here to maintain coverage? I'm gonna lose my health coverage. There's a gap, there's gonna be a gap in health
So
coverage.
if there's a gap in health coverage due to being a RIF employee, then you are entitled to one of these.
So you're entitled to
Yes.
one.
I apologize, I didn't understand.
Also, I just do want to note that because of the way the payroll and benefit system works, am I
We
correct?
pay a month in advance. So covered employees, there's a deduction from pay within the month of July that actually covers them for the month of August. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of our RIF employees, how many have you been able to secure positions?
Approximately, I'd say around a dozen custodians and office associates. And that doesn't include people that are applying for, those are just, I'm counting the ones that we placed in vacancies.
Financial statement. We can forward on to the next.
It'll take 1 minute.
1 minute. Is there here? Okay.
Good evening, board members. In your package this evening is the financial statement for the period ended April 30, 2019. So just to let you know, on page 3, we talked about our revenues, and we're trending just fine on our revenues. One thing that we always are looking at on page, page 5 has to do with our, by our object class. We always talk about that other compensation, particularly the folks that don't have contracts. And to let you know, we're still trending well as compared to last year. We're about $454,000 ahead of where we were last year, so that's a positive. Any answer your question? Thank you.
Thank you. informational item. This, clerk will be sending out a reminder regarding board governance for September 7th. That is, they have the most participation for the September 7th. So be on the lookout for that, board members. Ms. Cosby.
I just have a question. We had talked about this some time ago, but when I thought it was going to be, it might be the next board meeting. So are we going to discuss the balance scorecard and the KPIs? Is that on for the next board?
Yes, the June 17th meeting, we will have a review of one of the goals, how we're thinking about it, going through some of the data as a template for the rest of them. Just want to make sure we get the board's feedback. And then we'll use the subsequent weeks of the summer to kind of flesh out the rest of those goals, such that our objective would be by the start of the school year, the board has had an opportunity to review and discuss and then ultimately adopt the targets, the numerical targets for the next 5 or 4 years at this point. We're working with researchers from the University of Virginia to help us do all the background research, understand the state of school divisions in Virginia, to calibrate our goals and help us calibrate against the literature on what is ambitious but reasonable. So we're excited about that work, and again, we'll have the kind of first piece of it at the next school board.
Any other new business before we move into close?
Just a quick announcement, on Monday, the 17th at 9 a.m., if anyone wants to join me, I am getting they're doing a tour of the Huguenot solar installation, so if anyone would like to see the solar installation. So Monday, the 17th at 9 a.m.
Ms. Cosby.
There is a book that's been presented to administration, written by an alumna of RPS, Daughters of the Dream. And I read it. Daughters of the Dream is the name of it. Written by a woman who went to school during mass resistance. And I think it's an important read and something that we should definitely consider this board. And I will make sure that I bring the actual book. It just hit me that I did not have a book. But keep in mind, Daughters of the Dream, and it has been presented to Superintendent King.
Yes, I actually have copies, so I'm glad to bring. I don't know if I have 9, but I think I have 6, so I'm glad to give them to whomever would like. And then one announcement, as I shared in my RPS Direct this morning, we will be holding a Stop the Gun Violence Town Hall. We have selected June 25th for that, given my calendar and others. We welcome the participation of anyone and everyone who wants to help us think through what we can do to tackle what I think we can all agree is an unacceptable epidemic of gun violence, which affects not only our students and our families, but also our educators who are dealing with the effects of that every day at school. So we'll have more details soon, but I just wanted to note that June 25th. Probably 6 o'clock. But I want to just check a few things and we'll get the word out on that soon.
Ms. Burke.
Just want to remind everyone that on this coming Saturday and Sunday, the 8th and 9th, the East End Music Festival will be at Chimborazo Park, June 8th, and it features our children all of the schools in the east end of the city of Richmond. And it's co-sponsored by Richmond Symphony and the Bonsacolas. Legacy Band is performing, our children's artwork will be displayed, and this is a free family event. So you are invited to come. Thank you. It's on Saturday from 12 noon until 9 p.m. On Sunday, it's 1 p.m. until 5 p.m. Would you like to have this? You already have one. Here, ma'am. I think she's putting up for this. You know, one last thing. Board members also be on the lookout for a letter for your review that will be presented to council just to express the collaboration and partnership for the passing of the budget to support RPS. So just be on the lookout for feedback. We'll be into close.
Pursuant to sections 2.2-3711 and of the Code of Virginia as amended, I move that the school board of the city of Richmond convene in closed session to discuss prospective candidates for employment and the assignment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of employees of position and personnel actions of this date.
All in favor? Second. Moved by Ms. Osby and second by Ms. All in